Good morning. Good morning. So we started today with a little bit more of an uplifting video rather than Greta all yelling at us. We started with a little music. So again, that's Skylar Gray. She'll be performing tonight right after dinner. So everyone, as soon as we're going to finish on time today, I'm going to yell at everyone, we're going to finish on time, and buses are going to leave from outside around 6:15 to head to the mountain terrace. So some quick housekeeping to start the day because we have a long day ahead of us. First, want to thank our sponsors again. And again, you'll see them around. Make sure you pick up the Accenture report that's around. It's great. Ericsson, hopefully, I think a lot of you I saw last night at the Ericsson suite playing the fun 5G game. Wear your jackets tonight. That was a great perk. Thanks to Ericsson for that. Johnson & Johnson, IBM, Micron, Nestle. I want to see people using their reusable bottles, hopefully, throughout the days. And our agency partner, W2O. So it's time to do the normal, silence your cell phones. If you haven't connected to Wi-Fi yet, there's little tags around. Techonomy 2019, lowercase Techonomy 2019 is the password. So enjoy the day. It's going to be a long one. Stick it through with us. I'll bring David up and have a great day. Thanks.
Is that bringing me up? Okay. Well, I want to immediately bring Martin Sorrell and Drew Ianni up to join me. We do have a long day. I'd like to get started right away. Please come up, Martin and Drew. And I'm going to do 4 interviews in a row, so I don't get the usual prep in the green room, except for Martin, who didn't even need it, because with Martin, it's just press play and you get something interesting.
Hold on a second.
No, it's not true for me. So Martin Sorrell is legendary. He created...
A legend in his own mind.
Well, and to some extent in ours, actually.
Okay. All right.
And created WPP, ran it for a long time, left not too long ago. We don't need to get into that. But maybe some people want to, but I don't really care, frankly. He's doing something more interesting now, as far as I'm concerned, which is basically doing it again for the modern era.
Yes. Or trying to create something for the modern era, yes.
Well, Drew's going to ask you about that in a minute. But Drew, I want to also introduce. Drew is the founder of CDX, which is a event business for chief digital officers that Techonomy now owns, which we're really proud of. And we really were lucky because not only did we get the business, but we got the great entrepreneur and thinker who runs it. And so he's also a veteran of the ad industry and ad tech, which is an event that he owned and ran in an earlier era, ad tech. So he's going to help me because he's an expert in this area. But I want to start by asking you...
Where's the video?
Oh, yeah, the video. Let's play the video. Okay, let's play
had a convenient lapse of memory.
Thank you, Martin. Oh, that's a great way to introduce what you're doing. And that's all in 1 year, right?
A year's work. Yeah.
1 year's work, okay. Rather than start the way I wanted to start, I'm going to ask Drew to take over on the S4 thing, and we'll start with that because that was a
Stereophonics.
Absolutely. It's great to see you again. You keynoted my ad tech conference 10 years ago. Where does 10 years roll by so quickly? I'll tell a very, very, very quick story. He doesn't know, but he actually got me fired once.
Probably not the only person who would say that.
No, the 30-second story. So I was the CEO of BBDO's interactive division from 2000 to 2003, and I famously told Andrew Robertson, then the CEO of BBDO, still the CEO, that he didn't understand digital, and he was crazy to separate media from creative and strategy. I was summarily let go about 6 months later, but that's okay. And if you don't know, Martin sort of famously led the unbundling of media and creative, but I hold no ill will whatsoever. I still stand, I stand by my philosophy.
It's being rebundled. We are rebundling it. I mean, we're trying to build a unitary structure. There are four things about S4, purely digital, this holy trinity, faster, better, cheaper. Sounds glib, but we can go into that. But that's the heart of it, faster, better, cheaper. Yeah. And then unitary structure. So I think the thing, we had a breakfast this morning about communications, and we didn't touch on this, but I think the key issue inside most corporations is how does the CEO get everybody to face in the same direction at the same point in time? And a unitary structure, fragmenting earnouts, which Omnicom have done, which WPP have done, which I'm heavily involved in. They just build fragmentation rather than unity and unifying. I mean, our clients want the best people working on their business, amongst other things. So creating unitary structure is absolutely critical.
Right. Well, tell us a little bit more about S4 and where you want to go with it. Is it a modern day holding company in the traditions of WPP and IPG and Omnicom?
My body starts to shake when you use the word holding company. The last thing in the world we want to be is a holding company. The big six, which control probably about 2/3, 70% of the advertising and marketing service market, it's 500 billion in media, it's 500 billion in marketing services, and there's 700 billion, the bulk of which is trade budgets, 400 billion. So marketing, as we were talking just before, is sort of got three areas to it. There's the marketing area, there's the tech area, and there's the sales area. And my view is that increasingly that has to be brought together. But what we're at is purely digital, because that's where the growth is. If you look at that first 500 billion, you look at the stats for the US market in the first 6 months of this year, the industry was up 6.3% according to IPG. Traditional was down 3.3%, digital's up 20%. So this stuff about, I don't want to create the digital part of our enterprise, I think is nonsense. You have to focus on the digital because that's where the growth is. Just like geographically, you want to focus on where the geographic growth is. So that's number one. Number two, the holy trinity, personalization of communication. So first-party data, driving digital content and programmatic in a continuous loop. It's like running an election campaign. We discussed this at breakfast, without an election date. Things move at such a rapid rate, brings me to the third point, faster, better, cheaper. Faster is about agility. Better is understanding the ecosystem, the digital ecosystem. So, the fearsome five, Google, Facebook, Amazon, Tencent, Alibaba, the seven sisters, add in Apple and Microsoft, the 10, Adobe, Salesforce, and Oracle. Then you might add in IBM, SAP, Baidu, ByteDance, maybe Twitter and Snap, but that's the ecosystem, 14, 16 companies that we have to understand for our clients, and we're agnostic about where we distribute their budget. And cheaper means more efficiency, and finally the unitary structure. So those are the four things, and to David's sort of introduction, the objective, that's just English politeness. Okay. The introduction is around, creating a new era, new age model, which is very different to the holding company.
Okay, I have a question. So I heard on Saturday that Donald Trump was at that moment running 12,000, there were 12,000 ads on Facebook on Saturday with the word Trump in them, which you got to believe a good, probably at least half of those were being run by Brad Parscale himself as variants of one message or another. But what you're saying is every advertising campaign has to become more like that, constantly iterating, testing variants and that kind of thing?
Yes, well, whether it has to become like that or not, I mean, I think Brad Parscale told me he was going to spend about 500 million on in advertising shortly. So,
and most of that's going to be on Facebook.
Yeah, that's going to be, a lot of it is going to be, I guess, I don't know, but in that he's through San Antonio agency, Parscale Gibbs or whatever it's called, which did the first campaign and very successfully. Actually, just to the point, the Republicans were in total disarray. What was it? Blue State Digital was one of the agencies, WPP, that worked for Obama on his 2 campaigns, getting the mini contributions, raised $1 billion the first time round, $700 million, I think, the second time round. And the Democrats were way, way ahead. And I can remember after Obama's second victory, the Republican, I think Rupert Murdoch organized a conference after, just a general conference, it wasn't around the Republicans specifically, but the RNC chairman said how far behind they was. And fast forward 4 years later, and they were right in there. So quite incredible what they did. But coming to the model, my view is after Lehman, after 2008, clients cut costs too much. Procurement and finance, if this was marketing and marketing pre-Lehman was here, procurement and finance started to move up, and maybe in most organizations ascended. So zero-based budgeting was the vogue, the 3G boys and Coty, et cetera, now discredited to, not completely, but to a different degree. What happened to Kraft Heinz, bid for Unilever, when its market cap was 104 billion. Last time I checked, it was like 35, 40. I think it's come up a bit now with the South American guy has gone in there as CEO, Patricio.
Oh, wait, what's the connection of the price of the deal?
But so they reduced their costs so violently, they lost control of their marketing.
Right.
In 2016, the walls in the walled garden go up, and everybody, our clients thought, we're going to have the relationship with consumers that we couldn't have before because of Walmart and Tesco and Carrefour. They blocked us. But the rise of the new e-tailers, Amazon, eBay, Alibaba, Tencent, blocked them and controlled the data. In 2016, whether it was because of GDPR, whether it was because of brand safety, interference in election privacy, whatever, the walls were going up. So our clients realized that to control that relationship and influence that relationship with the consumer, they had to control the data. So you now have that wrestling. You saw Nike last week say no more Amazon products. Okay? So what you've got now is a balanced model where clients are saying, and this is counterintuitive, I'm going to have more bricks control. So for example, in cosmetics, a company like in the perfumes business, Christian Dior in China has 200 stores that it owns. Nestle have Nespresso. So we did the Starbucks launch for Nestle. Nestle has Nespresso. They have stores where they collect the data on you and I and the capsules or the perfume at Christian Dior. And on the click side, they're building up their e-commerce sites and .com sites. So they, again, have that relationship. But in both cases, they get the data. So that model, let's call it the Pascal model or whatever, the personalization at scale. You saw on the clip in the film, the Netflix example. That is the best model that I've seen. They give us Narcos 3 tapes. We cut the tapes up, we put in our creative content, we monitor your behavior online. What you're watching, you're on WSJ.com, we'll serve you a film that compares Narcos 3 to a business, you're on a fitness site to a fitness program. In that particular campaign, we created 1.5 million different potential executions, depending on what your behavior.
Wait, who's the client there?
Netflix.
Netflix was the client.
Yeah. So personalization at scale, given your political example, is going to be
Well, you're the one
increasing.
that mentioned politics.
Well, and also, we've been talking about Facebook here and the platforms and Google, and you famously called Google a frenemy years ago.
Yeah, I've had a Damascene conversion.
Well,
they're a friendly. At worst, they're a friendlier frenemy than they were.
have you evolved
At
your
worst,
sort of?
they're a friendlier frenemy.
They're a friendlier frenemy.
So they're friends. They're almost friends.
Well, I described 14 or 16 companies in the ecosystem that we have to understand. S4 Capital, Media Monks, which is our content practice, and Mighty Hive, which is our program practice, we have to understand how those companies work and the shifts. So if you said to me, what's the most significant shift? It's ByteDance. There was an interesting interview with Evan Spiegel this morning where the interviewer picked up on ByteDance at the end. I think ByteDance is at 8 billion of ad revenues. Snap has a good year this year at 1.5 billion. Google's at 125 last year. Facebook 52 last year. Amazon, we don't know, they won't tell us, but we guess at about run rate 16, 17. Yep. So the one company that's come from the pack is the Chinese company ByteDance.
What about sort of the theme of the conference and Reset and Restore and the role of Facebook? You know, it's on the cover of the Techonomy magazine. There's been lots of people being very critical of Facebook, to a certain extent Google as well. If you know, picture the movie that Titanic, and remember they go down into the bowels and they're shoveling the coal and they got the fire. Well, it's our industry. We fund Facebook. 90+% of the revenue, 95, 6, 7% of the revenue of Facebook comes from advertisers. Now, it's not just big advertisers, it's also SMB, small business advertisers.
Well, wait a
as
minute. That's a
so what are we as an industry supposed to do?
Wait. You've got to get it clear where the money's coming from. We don't know 60 to 70% of the money, that 125 at Google. Yeah. So the market's 200 billion. There's 500 billion in media, 225 is digital. And of that 225, 125 last year was Google. This year there'll probably be 150.
Right.
150. Facebook was 52 last year, probably 65, 70 this year. 60 to 70% of that is long tail.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
the small business thing is really, really important. For reasons that I do not understand, they don't play that up as much as they. I mean, if I was trying to fight the regulator, or push the regulator back, I would say we're the engine of small business. Jack Ma, I was in, of all places, in Nigeria last week, in Lagos. And Jack Ma and Jack Dorsey, ironically, had been in Lagos that same week. And Jack Ma I saw on TV talking about, and you know, it's almost like he was an arm of the Chinese government,
right,
talking about the importance of entrepreneurs, African entrepreneurs, and small business. He gets it. What Google and Facebook should be doing should be really pushing, you know, Nick Clegg should be pushing the small business, the value that these platforms bring to small business,
without a
jobs,
doubt. Without a doubt.
and jobs.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the key.
But does our industry, do advertisers, the larger advertisers, even though maybe majority of the revenue may be from SMBs, do the larger advertisers have a responsibility? Does the advertising industry have a responsibility to check Facebook in any kind of way?
I talk to David about this fairly frequently. And you know, we've said for years, I've said for years to David, that these are media companies. So when I did what you're doing now at Cannes for the first time 7 or 8 years ago, you know, the Cannes debate, I had Nikesh Arora was from Google, there was somebody from Microsoft, there was somebody from Yahoo, whatever. I had 4 people on the panel. And my first questions to them was, this is 8 years ago, 9 years ago, whatever it was, are you a tech company or a media company? To each one of the 4, they all said they were tech companies.
Right.
They are not.
No,
they are media companies.
Absolutely.
And they are responsible for their content, just like you're responsible for the content that you write. And they're getting there. They don't actually publicly say that because they're worried about the implications of that from a regulation point of view. But they can't sit there saying we are digital engineers tightening the digital nuts on our digital pipes, and we're not responsible for the stuff that flows through the pipes.
Should governments force them to acknowledge that? Should that be a regulatory decision?
I think that's where it's going. Whether they should or they shouldn't, I don't know. But that's what now, having said all that, I know you don't particularly agree with what I'm going to say, but Google have hired...
I agree with the thing you just said.
Okay, Google have hired 10,000 people. Facebook have hired 30,000 people effectively to monitor editorial content. So they are moving in that direction, and I think they will be pushed more and more to do it. Now, if we get further evidence of electoral involvement, interference, or whatever in the next, you know, in the 2020 campaign, in the British election, if that report that is not coming out before the British election, you know, about Russian interference in the Brexit referendum.
Oh, the one they're holding, yeah.
The one they're holding until after. I mean, Boris Johnson has said there's nothing in there to worry about. Hillary Clinton was in London last week saying it's scandalous that the British government haven't released it before the election date. We'll have to see. But look, I think Google and Facebook have moved, coming back to my frenemy comment, they've moved a long way from where they were. And one other thing, just to your point, which I think is really important to understand. The 6 holding companies have not suffered because of Accenture and Deloitte's and Facebook and Google. You know, when I was at WPP, our media book was, let's say, it's $50 billion. So actually it was bigger than Accenture Interactive. Accenture as a whole is $45 billion. So WPP's Group M business, the media business that you got fired for, the media business is $50 billion. That's, you know, a tremendous, powerful base, and the biggest destination for that media spend is Google. When I left, it was about $5.5 billion. Facebook was number 2. It's now number 3 because Disney and Fox have got together. But what I'm saying is that they are partners to the agency. I mean, what the agency does is reinforce their distribution.
Yeah, but I think Drew's point is, well, if electoral interference is happening, if hate speech is being allowed, and it's being funded by the ad industry, should the ad industry care?
Should we
should
do
they
anything?
do something about it?
Can it do anything? And just as a quick point, so I just spoke with the head of media, U.S. consumer media at Verizon, and she spoke at my show a couple of weeks ago. Her budget's $800 million in terms of her media, and I said, are you investing more or less in Facebook and specifically, but also Google? She says, oh, much more. Yeah, it might be 20-25% on just Facebook and Google, maybe more for Verizon. So as long as it's effective for her as a marketer, she has no intention. The political pressure at the moment is no way pressuring Verizon or her specifically, or her agency, if they're buying the media on behalf of her, to change their behavior. And do they? Is it their responsibility in any kind of a way? Is it our responsibility?
Look, I think there will be pressures applied to those organizations, both client and agency, over time, and they will adjust. They've already adjusted. I mean, let's be quite frank about it. I mentioned the 40,000 people have been employed to look at editorial content. There's more. You've seen what Twitter have done in relation to political advertising. People are reacting to it. So the needle is shifting.
Right.
By the way, be careful of what you've... Evan Spiegel said on the TV just now that GDPR had been a good thing, that it's been the reverse. GDPR in Europe has reinforced the position of Google, Facebook, and Amazon. Absolutely. It has, because a lot of those medium-sized players in America that were going to come to Europe said, too complicated.
They have the financial wherewithal to hire the lawyers to do whatever they need to do. It's benefited them.
So you've got to be
be
careful what you wish for on regulation.
But your basic answer is not really a lot of role or responsibility for the advertising industry to help solve that problem.
Well, no, that's unfair, Dave, because we have pushed.
You have pushed?
Yeah. And we continue to push.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's ultimately...
the brands
Is it just because of proximity to things you don't want to be associated with, or is it for other reasons?
Probably both.
Okay.
Well, I think it's also, it's really up to the consumer at the end of the day. Like, the advertiser is going to follow what is most effective for them as from a marketing...
Well, there's one thing that we don't do. I said to David on the phone when we were prepping for this, when was the last time that you refused to accept, when asked, accept or decline? The answer is we just go ahead. We don't even read these agreements. And they're specious agreements. They're very long. They're complicated. If you gave it to a lawyer, it would take him or her, a month to respond. What we have to do is to simply explain to consumers what they're letting themselves in for. This is absolutely fundamental. And that's the key. So explain. I went with Randy Rothenberg, I went to Brussels, to the Director General in Brussels, at the EU, to talk about whether we could opt in or opt out. And we were looking for opt out for the obvious reason. No way we could get opt out now. It has to be opt in, and it has to be on the basis that the consumer understands precisely what he or she is letting themselves in for. Great article in the FT, actually, of all places.
Wait, so you changed on that? Is that what you're saying?
What's it? Yes.
Opt in, opt out?
Well, no, I've accepted that. Okay. That given
the
lack of transparency, given the lack of transparency.
So you had to change yours?
Yes, yeah. I mean,
but they didn't change their view.
On our model here at S4, it's total transparency.
Right, that's what it's got to be.
Nothing hidden, yes.
Okay, good. Listen, we're short on time. I want to do one thing. First, I want to say, I totally agree with you about the small business part of Facebook, that they don't play that up enough. And when people are shocked when I sometimes say, I'm still not even sure Facebook on balance is bad for the world, it's because they are doing so much to empower small business in every country.
Absolutely.
It's amazing they don't talk about that. But, okay, I just had to say that. I've got to get you talking about the economy, because in the decades I've known you, Klaus Schwab, I've seen many times interview you to figure out what's going on. You have clearly shown already today, you have a very synthetic kind of methodical way of looking at things. Where do you see the world right now? And talk about China as part of that.
Okay, the biggest problem, is Chinese-American relations. I shouldn't say this because I'm a visitor to this country, but I think I will say it. The biggest issue is the failure of America to accept, or the unwillingness of America to accept, the rise of China. If you went back in history to the early 19th century, China, what we call the BRICS and Next 11, or Jim O'Neill, ex-Goldman, calls the BRICS and Next 11, were 40% of the worldwide GDP, which is what they will be again shortly. India will be the most populous country on the planet. this is the way the world's moving. And what we've seen is America withdraw, not just with the Trump administration, but with the Obama administration as well. And as they've withdrawn, that vacuum has been filled by China. I mean, the latest example last night, this is off the record, is this here?
Of course.
Yeah, okay. As much off the record as, yeah, of course, says David. Anyway, we were talking
We'll
about
tell all of the live stream viewers, it's off the record, okay.
Okay. Dalai Lama, we were talking to somebody who'd just been to see the Dalai Lama, which was very interesting. And he said that the Dalai Lama had indicated that relationships with China and Tibet were improving, which is quite interesting. Now, why are they improving? It's because the relationships with America are degenerating, and China is filling. You know, I was in Saudi last week. I was in Nigeria last week. Who's the biggest FDI investor in Nigeria? China. Right. Go to Africa.
Oh, we're pushing
Go
Europe into the arms of China, too.
Absolutely.
Would you have supported TPP?
Yes.
Was that designed, wasn't the architecture of TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, to recognize the rise of China?
Yes, I mean, you know, and their response now, Belt and Road Initiative, is to go around the houses. So that's the fundamental issue. Now, Brexit is not a sideshow. What's happening in Latin America, in Mexico, in Brazil, in Argentina, in Bolivia, I mean, is not a sideshow. What's happening in the Middle East.
You mean the rise of popular revolt?
Yes, and populism and everything. But the biggest thing, you asked me what I worry about? You know, free trade has helped, you know, when I was at Saatchi's, when I was at WPP, I mean, if you said to me, what was the single most important factor? It wasn't that we were bright at Saatchi's or WPP or what we've done at S4 Capital so far. It's that the world was moving in a constructive way. You know, there are two forces, globalization and the rise of technology. This is apple pie motherhood. Saatchi was about globalization, WPP was about the continued growth of globalization and the rise of technology. S4 is purely about technology. You know, technology has enabled, we're in 26 countries, we'll probably go to 30, then we'll stop. There's no need to be in 113 countries because the technology enables you to hub in a way where you can be extremely effective. The biggest potential block to our expansion is that friction between America and China. And I have no answers for you because if Elizabeth Warren was in the White House, or Bernie Sanders was in the White House, probably it would be the same. If Biden was there, maybe not. Mayor Pete was there, maybe not. But essentially, that friction is the key issue. You know, we can point to Hong Kong and the terrible things that are happening in Hong Kong at the moment. Getting worse. But, well, you know, I think the Chinese government, you know, it's interesting. I got a call in 1997. I got a call because we built, you know, China was our third largest market, WPP, we had 16,000 people, revenues of 1.7 billion. I got a call in 1997 to shift the focus of our Chinese operations away from Hong Kong to Shanghai and then ultimately Beijing because that became the technology capital for China. So that friction, that this, you know, the other things that really worry me, the rise of populism is going to continue because I think technology is a net destroyer of jobs. And the middle class, really, however you define that, I hate that phrase, but the middle class means
insecurity.
Yeah, tremendous insecurity around the rise of technology and the loss of jobs. And I think that's a crucial issue. So, you know, we have to work on education, we have to work on infrastructure, hard and software, we have to work on mobility. You know, communities are being destroyed by changes in technology. Retail is being destroyed, which means a source of jobs. You know, just one thing in India.
Okay, we got to go.
Yeah, well, India is a really interesting example where the government suddenly woke up to the impact of technology on destroying retail distribution and have stopped it because it destroys a lot of the electoral base.
I'll tell you, it's a little grim way to end, but as always, press play. It was fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you.
Great to see you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Drew, for the help. That was great. We got to do that more.
You got it.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay, well, we're going to just go right into John Chen. So, John, please join me on stage.
Hi there.
Thank you so much for being here, John.
Thank you. Thank you.
John is what we call a serial techonomist, and somebody who has actually been an advisor to me and to the company since we created it 9 years ago, and even when I was struggling with recreating it after I failed the first time. So thank you, John, for that. John is CEO of BlackBerry and executive chairman of their board, and he basically has turned BlackBerry around and turned it into a completely different kind of company. because it just couldn't be the other kind of company anymore. So before that, he ran Sybase very effectively, made it very global, huge China involvement, sold it to Oracle.
SAP.
SAP, oh, sorry, Jesus. I do that kind of thing. Anyway, so what are you working on now? Why is BlackBerry now a security and IoT and auto company instead of a handset company?
Yeah, I realized most of you in the room has been a BlackBerry user, am I right? Some point in your life.
Let's see a hand. Who has used a BlackBerry?
Right.
Yeah, like that's 90%.
So that's I only concluded two things. Number one, you folks are quite old, just like me. And number two, unfortunately, I don't ask the next question, which will embarrass myself. You know, like say, keep the hands up if you're still using a BlackBerry, and then all the hands came down. So that tells you a lot about. You know, if you bear with me, I think I had a video, right? Did we have a video? Are you going to play that?
Do we have a video, Sean? Yet? No, we don't have a video.
Okay, then forget it. There's a little joke in there. I just want to show you the joke. Okay, all serious aside, I joined the company 6 years ago. And, you know, when I look at a company, it's really about risk versus reward. It's not about whether it could be a cell phone company continuously. You know, the BlackBerry's been around for 30 years. If you folks all remember, it started as a company called RIM, Research in Motion. And the claim to fame at the time are pagers. Everybody had these pagers on your belt, running around. And so it turns into a kind of a mobile data enablement tool for especially for business users. So when I came in, I looked at this thing, and then I thought that the whole hardware phone business, especially, I have to tell you the story. You have to stop me, by the way. I have a tendency of
if you digress, I'll.
Okay, so I went to, one of the things I did when I first joined, I was emotionally and romantically still engaged with phones myself. I said, is there something that we could do to turn around the phone business? I know it's difficult. So I went to visit a lot of people, the vendors and manufacturers. So one of the companies that I visited was Xiaomi at the time, 6 years ago in China. Lei Jing and I sat down, and he was showing me now is, you know, a pretty normal phone that is called a Redmi, you know. And so he showed me the phone, and then so I was a pretty nicely put together phone, good quality. And I asked the question, I said, how much is this phone retail for? He said $299. Then I did my mental calculations. I cannot build a phone at a cost equal to $299. You know, it costs me more money to build that phone and then a distribution on a global basis. All right. Anyway, so I decided to start in new thinking. I came from a lot of software business, so I liked the software margin. I liked the recurringness of this, and then I wanted to tie that to what BlackBerry is always known for. So enterprise communications, security, what we known for. We have technology behind it, a patent portfolio behind it, and all that. So decided to take the company that direction. So 6 years have gone by. We're going to do over $1 billion, some in revenue or in security software this year.
Wow.
There's zero hardware revenue.
Security is the key.
Security is the key. That's why we're big in banks and governments, healthcare.
And I want you to talk about the architecture of the security, but the reason you can go into security is because BlackBerries, among all phones, were always the most secure. So you've taken that DNA and that architecture and applied it elsewhere. Is that a fair statement?
Exactly. Yeah. So basically, instead of having those security, and by the way, it's infrastructure supported by probably one of the most sophisticated NOCs for people in technology, a network operating center. It ties about 600 operators around the world routing all the T1 lines, redundancy and all that good stuff. So we own a company like cryptology company where we inject cryptology code into every Qualcomm chip that I ever built, and so forth. So what we have decided to do is those things are usually all apply to a BlackBerry phone. whether it's a 9900 that most of you probably use, is called the Bolt, and then the Storms, and there's a lot of different. Anyway, so when I came in, I made it. I said that use all that technology for everybody. So all of a sudden now we have a huge base in iOS and iPhone, iPad, Android. The list goes on.
So, but talk about some of the things you're doing, for example, in autos.
So this is before I came to the company. The founder bought a embedded operating system company. Again, pardon me for being. It's using something called a microkernel technology. The only thing about microkernel technology is the safest technology because you have the least amount of attack surface. And so the next thing he did was he turned that operating system into a phone architecture. And I don't know how many people have heard a phone that by BlackBerry called BB10 operating system. And that's the basics of that operating system. When I came in, the company decided.
Get to the cars now, because you told me to keep you on track.
Right. So that originally was a phone operating system, the operating system we bought from Harman. And Harman, of course, is one of the bigger tier one in the auto industry. So we bought that and we distributed around the world. And so I want them to go back in the car. So since then, we built solution on safety and over-the-airs and clusters, and in addition to infotainment. Today, you might not know that 160 million cars running around the world. There's about 1 billion cars around the world on the road today. 160 million of them using BlackBerry.
Well, QNX was there when you got there, though,
yes,
right?
that's what that's the product.
Yeah, QNX is a huge factor in auto technology.
160 million
Right,
cars.
and you've just made it better and better. Okay, I want to talk a little bit more about architecture, and then I want to talk to you about global economy and China. But I know a lot of the security that you're thinking about has to do with, we heard yesterday John Chambers and others talking about the edge. Ericsson mentioned it. This is really a new landscape for computing generally, and you're playing a big role in that. So talk about that.
Well, so we still focus on security. We obviously agree with the edge computing. This is the only way.
Security for the edge.
Yeah, it's the only way to. So we're going to focus on security and edge. And two things that we've done. We created a product that based on something called the zero trust architecture. This is the buzzword. And we apply a lot of those technology that we know of in identity management and continuous authentication and all that. Push it all the way to the edge. Right? So that's number one. Number two that we have done is we bought a company called Cylance. Most recently, I don't know how many people heard of Cylance. It's one of the AI company, a machine learning company that build data model for anti-threats, AV. So they call themselves second generations of Symantec and McAfee, and it's one of those unicorns. We pay about $1.4 billion for that company, and we're integrating all that technology back into both the server side as anything on the edge and all the IoT devices.
So you'll be a big player in security at the edge.
We certainly hope so.
Yeah. So you're so involved with cars, and you're clearly aware of what's happening with software. How soon are we going to have truly autonomous cars?
I think this is going to, I'm one of the more pessimistic. If you talk to BMW or, I hope nobody's here from BMW, but you talk to BMW or some of the other auto manufacturers around the world, Honda being one of them, they think this is a 2023 to 2025 phenomena. And you talk to Tesla, they would think it's already here.
Yeah, right. If you don't mind a few crashes, but go on. Yeah.
Right. And they're not. So the issue is not so much as technology. Maybe cost of technology, but that curve come down really steep. The LiDAR, radar technology is getting better and more condensed and all that previously. Number one issue, government policy. The worst government policy, unfortunately, the most confusing government policy today is actually the United States.
Right, but bottom line, are we going to have autonomous cars by 2025?
Oh, no, we're not going to. Maybe a few of them running around on the fringe, yeah. But we're not going to, you and I are not going to get into, go to a dealer and buy an autonomous driven car. Or they think that we're going to lease, rent it, or they don't even never own it.
When would you think they could be ubiquitous?
Ubiquitous?
Yeah.
Oh. 15 years is probably a optimistic view. Here's the reason why. I have some logic behind it. Okay, car cycle is 10 years. 100 million cars get produced every year, 1.1 billion cars on the road today. Okay, everybody who doesn't, when an autonomous vehicle comes out, there's a lot of us will be somewhat skeptical. Oh, by the way, you have a reasonably new car, you're not going to change it. So you're going to have that hybrid approach. The freeway infrastructure, the over-the-air, and the V2X technology are starting to be there, but not entirely ubiquitous. There are competing standards in vehicle-to-vehicle and infrastructure communications, even in the United States, not to talk about beyond the world. So there's a lot to sort out. They're driven by policy, by liability. It's not
Public acceptance.
public acceptance. So I say, when it's here, let's say it takes about 3 to 5 years for us to all feel comfortable. And there's somewhat of a mandate out there for what the definition of safety is, which is another big topic. And then after that, the normal auto replacement cycle comes in. It's going to take 10 years, maybe 8. So I think optimistically, we're looking 15 years out.
Could be a lot longer. Yeah. So you were born and raised in Hong Kong. You just heard, I hope you heard what Martin just said about U.S.-China. You've always been a real, very deeply involved in U.S.-Chinese relations. You were head of the Committee of 100, which is Chinese Americans who are very much involved in, I don't know if that organization has the same influence it did when you ran it. How do you see that relationship now? And China's role generally?
Well, that's a very complicated question. So, so I think both sides in the last 3 years have miscalculated the other side. We will have a trade deal. We have to. There is no choice. Both are dependent on each other, and the global economy is depending on the two. So, now it's about jockeying, going back and forth. The Chinese time horizons, 3 to 5 years is short term. Our time horizons, according to the current political environment, is less than a year. So they want to strike a deal in less than a year. And so that would just happen. I don't really get too worried about whether we pay 5% too much on certain import or they pay 5% too much on certain export. I think it's all going to wash itself out. And both sides, the economy is hurting a little bit because of this. But again, I think it's short-term. I think the longer term is a more interesting thing. We got to find a way to become a competitor and a collaborator at the same time. And all the technology that we talk about, rumor has it they're working on 6G, which is definition, 5G. In our world, I don't even know that. Some of the county and the city have banned 5G or they haven't accepted 5G yet.
Yeah, where you live, they banned 5G.
I know. I mean, I live in Denville, California, which is not far from where. The city council has voted that they will not allow 5G installation.
And what does that even mean?
I don't know what it means. I mean, I guess one of these days, 5 years from today, you walk into that thing, into my town, your cell phone won't work. I guess. It has to mean that. It's so silly, it doesn't even make sense.
But how does that connect to what you were saying about China?
Yeah, so I think China from AI and telecommunications and all those are making big bets and an advancement. And I know you interviewed Kai-Fu Lee before, you just wrote another book. And, the China thing about, the biggest problem they have is they broadcast this thing about 2025 Made in China plan. That was a big thing that woke up a lot of the foreigners, especially Americans. But at the end of the day, we have to collaborate. We can't separate.
What do you think about what Martin said, that the big problem is the U.S. won't accept that China is regaining its role as the dominant economy?
Yeah, U.S., we have one problem that I always think. We always have to be the leader. And when we always tell people what to do, 5, 10 years ago, when David said, I was extremely involved with policy. I was on the President 43 Export Council. We did a lot of work. Anyway, the point is, we always go there and preach to them what we believe is an acceptable norm. We want to, you probably have read this, we want to put them into their involvement to the international community and give into the international rules and stuff. Well, guess what? They did. They created AIIB and then created a One Belt, One Road, and then we didn't want to join it. And then now we complain about them using money as an influence. I mean,
And we shot ourselves in the foot with TPP also.
Oh yeah, that too. That's a different issue. But if you look at what we did as a country after World War II with Europe, we did exactly what they're doing it today. I mean, somehow we always like to preach other people to do it the way that we see is the right way. And when they do well, we don't like it.
Yeah.
And this is what is happening, and then, anyway.
Okay, I want to hear from anybody in the audience who's got a question for this guy, who's one of the most sage analysts of the global economy and business and what's happening with wireless. Anybody have anything? No? Oh, shocked into submission? Okay, here, John.
Hi, John Kao. I'm just curious, given the amazing story of the transformation of BlackBerry, whether you have any insights you could share with us about what you did both as a leader and as a manager
Yes, thank
to
you.
make it all
That's a
happen.
question I should have asked. Thank
As
you.
a leader and a...
I mean, I'm differentiating a little bit the
Yeah,
role
how
of
did you
leader
save
and
BlackBerry?
manager.
What
but
did you do?
You can mash them up if you want.
Well,
Yeah, we thought it was going to go away.
yeah, I thought so too. I didn't really want an iconic company go away. I was looking for some challenge. I sold Sybase to SAP, not Oracle.
I know.
But SAP. And then I stayed for a couple of years to help integrate it, and then I moved on to Silver Lake for a year. There were a number of opportunities in running public company, and that's something that I was no longer interested in the sense that, been there, done that. If the company is doing well, don't really need somebody like myself. But anyway, so this opportunity came around.
Yeah, because you turned around Sybase too.
Yeah, and this opportunity, I mean, I'm the one masochistic. It's my middle name. And so, but I thought I want to do something that most people think cannot be done. And I look at this company that is losing market share rapidly and losing $1 billion. The quarter I went in, we lost $1 billion that quarter. That not too many companies could handle $1 billion loss on a quarterly basis. And so, and I saw a lot of good technology. I grew up with BlackBerry myself, although I was not involved in any way, shape, or form with the company. And so started to look for what could be a chapter 2. Again, I always tell my people, say, this is like it's a very simple meeting. Strategy, I think, is very simple. You sit down, you get a piece of paper out, just like me writing resume. You write down everything that you know how to do, and you write down what you believe the other people will pay for, will pay with the money for you, and then you just match up the list. And then we believe security on the edge, the IoT, on all devices. What's the right strategy? So we start building that strategy. The hardest part is the cultural thing. The hardest part is to convince 6,000 people to follow. They used to do phones, and I have like 10 and 12 phones going on developed around the world at the same time. They used to do phones, and now I'm asking them to do something a lot different. So a lot of people quit. We lost a lot of great people because they just don't believe it, and it's out of their comfort zone. And so there's a lot of, and then so through that process, hiring people, acquiring companies, so they are acquiring not only the mindset, but not only the skills, but actually the way of doing business in software. And integrating them. And that's the other thing. Once you bought a company, they all want to go kind of semi-independent. You have to be able to put them together into a coherent strategy. A lot of those work, kind of blocking and tackling. So it's a long-term game.
Unfortunately, John, we ran out of time, but I'll tell you, I love having you up here, and I hope we can have you again soon.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the help and support you've given us all along the way. So
Thank you, Dave.
And to continue with somebody else who's given us a lot of support along the way, Jeff Weiner. Please come on up, Jeff. Hopefully you're back there. Sorry I wasn't able to greet you in the green room. I remember, I'll tell you, this is actually funny to have John and Jeff together because they both really played a role in the creation of this company. In fact, Jeff, remember the time we were sitting in that bar in San Francisco? Boulevard, right. So we had a dinner, fortune dinner, and I don't know, I think I moderated the dinner or something, but, and after the dinner, I think I was standing there with maybe Adam or Andy or somebody. Adam. It was Adam? Yeah. And you said to me, David, you should start a conference. And I was like, what? Oh, really? And so anyway, thank you for that.
Do you know why else that was noteworthy that night?
What?
That's where I first met Reed.
Really?
Yeah, it was the first time we ever met.
At that dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, so we brought you together. Oh, my God.
Yeah, okay.
Well, okay. That's what's supposed to happen when you do this kind of stuff, by the way. So anyway, Jeff runs LinkedIn, which is now owned by Microsoft, but he joined it in December 2008 and helped manage that process, did manage that process. He's been a long-time technology industry executive. I interviewed him for my book because he was very involved with Facebook-related stuff when he was executive in residence at Excel and previously had been at Yahoo, et cetera. So what do you most want to talk about? You want to talk about LinkedIn or you want to talk about compassion?
I'm here for you and them, so whatever.
Well, I love this compassion thing. I'd like you to talk about why you think compassion is an important concept in business.
In business, well, I think it's an important concept, period. We can talk about it first in business, but I think it's applicable for all walks of life. Within a business environment, I think compassion helps on multiple fronts. I think, taking a step back, let's make sure we're all on the same page in terms of how we define compassion. And learned many years ago, there's a clear distinction and delineation between compassion and empathy, which a lot of people, particularly in Western society, have a tendency to use synonymously. Empathy is feeling what another living thing feels. Compassion is putting yourself in the shoes of another person, seeing the world through their perspective, through their lens, for the sake of alleviating their suffering. So put another way, compassion is empathy plus action. So with that in mind, when you think about the importance of compassion within the workplace, first and foremost, when you are putting yourself in the shoes of another person, take, for example, a manager who is putting themselves in the shoes of someone that works for them. Rather than do what managers traditionally do, typically do, especially less experienced managers, where they expect people on their team to do things the way they do them, which is very natural. We're all egocentric, not to be confused with egomaniacal, but we all see the world through our own perspective. A manager, and certainly a manager with less experience who's newly promoted into that role, assumes I've been doing a good job. I'm just going to expect everyone around me to do the same kind of work the same way. And when you do that, you're fitting a square peg into a round hole. It's really important in those situations to put yourself in the shoes of the people that you're working with, to understand their objectives, their dreams, their hopes, their fears, their insecurities, to put them in a position to maximize their strengths, to succeed, to coach them in the areas where they have gaps. And that's a very different way of traditionally managing. Most people just manage through their own perspective. So that's one example. Another example, and I think it's a continuation of that, is when you invest in the success of other people within the workplace, you're investing in your own success. Things are so inextricably linked at this point, whether those are people on your team or another team across.
So that's even more true than it was before.
Yeah, I think as the world becomes more digital, more networked, I think there are all kinds of inextricable links between individuals and teams. So another area where compassion is of significant value is I personally believe that the long-term value of a company is based on the speed and quality of its decisions. And organizations are able to make better decisions faster when their decision makers, take for example an executive team, have trust with one another and are able to communicate in shorthand. So they don't necessarily need to go through all the rigmarole of trying to establish a semantic framework and understand one another's intentions and so forth and so on. And it's interesting, if you were to look at the most valuable companies in the world, largely technology companies, the median tenure of those executive teams is all 14, 15, 16, 17 years.
Sometimes too long. But anyway.
But these people have been working together for a long time, so they're able to establish that trust. An old friend once taught me, trust is consistency over time. I love that definition. And I think compassion helps facilitate that kind of trust, the creation of that kind of trust, and that trust serves as a bedrock to making better decisions faster. I got one more for you.
No,
It's going to
keep
be
going.
very apt for the theme of your event. And the last one is arguably the most important given the environment in which we're operating. And that is when you're compassionate, not just with the people that work for you or the people that you work with, but for all of the constituents within an organization's ecosystem, and not just its shareholders, but its customers, by way of example. When you're being compassionate, you're putting yourself in the shoes of your customers, the people that are on the receiving end of your products and services, and perhaps even more importantly, the people that don't get access. You're able to better understand proactively the unintended consequences of your innovations, of your technologies. And we've seen all too often recently the unintended consequences of introducing new technology, new products, new services, arguably with the best of intentions, and the unintended consequences that happen subsequently. So by virtue of being compassionate, you can put yourself in the shoes of those people on the receiving end of the consequences and the unintended consequences, and hopefully make better, more valuable decisions for all constituents within your ecosystem.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. So, in other words, if we look at what's gone off the rails in Silicon Valley, it could be laid in part to an absence of compassionate thinking on the part of leadership?
You know, when you frame it like that, potentially, I don't think it's necessarily intentional. I don't think there are people making decisions suggesting they're going to be dispassionate or not care about other people. I think, you know, in certain situations, they may be so focused on the company's stated objective, its mission, its business
Growth,
goals.
shareholder value.
So, exactly right. So where's the shareholder value going to be created from? How do we get to how do we double the share price? How do we get our revenue growth to accelerate? How do we ensure that margins are expanding?
User growth, yeah.
How do we ensure that the mission is being realized and manifested? And again, arguably, that mission was established with a very positive sense of purpose. But when you start thinking solely about the what, at the exclusion of the how, that's when you start to get into these very difficult situations. And that can be avoided, interestingly enough, by organizations that do at least one of two things, and ideally both. One is when you're establishing that what, when you're establishing the mission. It's really important to recognize that doing well and doing good do not have to be mutually exclusive.
Well, we like to think that might be true.
But it's not. And there are, with a little additional thought, I think it's quite possible to align those two objectives. And when your mission can do both at the same time, it's so extraordinarily powerful, and it creates a lot of virtuous cycles. That's the what. Then there's the how, which is establishing and codifying your culture, the collective personality of your organization, who you are and who you aspire to be, and your values, the first principles upon which you make those decisions that we were talking about earlier. And one of the ways to avoid the unintended consequences of the pursuit of your what is to make sure you're walking the walk on your how, and not just writing the values up on the walls and not just naming your conference rooms after them. But when you're making decisions and you're in the throes of these really difficult discussions, honoring those values and
Okay.
not necessarily pursuing
So-
the next dollar of growth.
So talk about some of the most important decisions you've made in LinkedIn, particularly changing strategy, and how that was informed by compassion or compassionate thinking, and why it, if it did, turn into a benefit, and also, is it possible that it translates into revenue and profit growth?
It's a great question. The first example that came to mind immediately when you asked was the way in which we handle member data. And the framework we established, it's coming up on 10 years now. And it started by putting ourselves in the shoes of our members. And by the way, talking about the importance of the how and values, we have 6 codified values. And the first and by far and away the most important of those values is that our members come first. And it's interesting, LinkedIn is a bit unusual insofar as...
That's your first value.
That's our first and by far and away the most important value that we've codified. By far and away the most important. And the reason being, we're a little bit unusual in terms of the business insofar as we have a flagship application that's essentially a consumer platform upon which we've built a series of enterprise applications and enterprise businesses. And those are very different objectives, and those are typically, if you see an enterprise software company and a consumer company, they will have different values, different culture, different way of going about their business, different strategies. And a very astute member of our board years and years ago pointed this out. This is before we went public, and said, Jeff, how do you expect to successfully navigate that? And I said, in part, it's going to be by not just talking the talk on our culture and values, but walking the walk and making sure that we're all aligned, regardless of whether or not you're working day to day on that flagship application or you're a field salesperson out in the field selling these enterprise services and applications. And there's not a member of our sales force. We have a field sales force, 5,000 people strong. There's not a member of that team that wouldn't be able to tell you that the most important value at LinkedIn is that our members come first. Not members only, certainly not members only, the jackets from the 80s, in case anyone dating myself. But members first. When you're making a decision, when you're prioritizing, when you're trying to figure out where you're going to invest the next managerial cycle or dollar or resource, it's that our members come first. And that's
So specifics. Give me some specifics and things.
Data. So 10 years ago, starting to understand the ways in which we're going to leverage data, thinking about our terms of service, thinking about communicating our terms of service to our end users, and recognizing, in part by virtue of watching what was happening outside of LinkedIn, some companies that were changing their terms of service quite rapidly, or companies that were being criticized for changing them and not necessarily being as clear with what they were changing or why they were changing. We established this 3 C's framework. And it's still, to this day, something that we honor, and it's one of the most important things we've established. First and foremost is clarity. We want to be extremely clear with the end user as to how we're going to leverage their data.
Transparency, which we were hearing earlier.
You've got to be clear, and it's not just transparency, because David, you can be transparent and bury it in the fine print. You can be transparent and communicate in legalese, and we didn't want to do that. So we wanted to be as clear as possible. 2, coming back to this definition of trust, we wanted to be as consistent as possible over time. We didn't want to constantly be churning through our terms of service and confusing people and just whipsawing our end users, our members. And at the time, about 10 years ago, you did see examples of organizations as they were riding their learning curve and trying to figure out how to leverage data. They were just constantly changing. And it erodes trust, because you're introducing inconsistency. So first and foremost, we want to be clear. Second, we want to be consistent. And then third, and most importantly, control. These are the 3 C's. We want to put as much control in the hands of our end users as possible, in the hands of our members, so that if they don't like, for whatever reason, how we're leveraging data or how we're proposing we're going to leverage their data, they can opt out, and they feel like they're in control. And this is not necessarily how to maximize profits in the short term, but I will tell you, having watched how this unfolds over 10 years, it is most definitely a mechanism to maximize the creation of long-term value, because that trust becomes absolutely essential to doing what we do.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that. Is that at all connected to why you decided 9 months ago, which probably most people don't know in here, not to accept any political advertising?
In part, I think member trust, absolutely. You know, we talk about first principles are very important to us. And when we talk about member trust, 3 C's is one of a number of first principles that we have. Another is that with regard to the content that flows through LinkedIn, we're going to be focused on safe, trusted, and professional. And safe implies that we're going to create a safe environment for the member. We're going to try to eliminate anything that's of a harassing nature, ad hominem attacks, toxic content, that kind of thing. With regard to trusted, we're going to try to eliminate wherever possible fakes and those people who are sharing content with an intention to deceive. Professional is a little bit more of a gray area. It's a little bit more subjective, and it is applied on 2 fronts. One is the nature of the content, professional versus personal. Professionally relevant, helps advance your career in some way, shape, or form. The other is the nature of the discourse, a professional discourse, which is we expect people to behave on LinkedIn the way they would behave with their colleagues off of LinkedIn. Political advertising invites, unfortunately, the unintended consequence and increasing likelihood that you're going to be in violation of one, if not more than one of those 3 dimensions.
You know, an interesting thing, too, about LinkedIn, I used to say this about Facebook, what allowed it to succeed was that it had really, some degree, authenticated identity. And I always used to say, and the only other system, social network that really has an identity-based system is LinkedIn. But you are now clearly, of all social networks, the one that has the most authenticated identity, which gives you a lot of advantages, it seems to me, in keeping your system safe.
Yeah, I think when your online identity is tied to your offline identity, there's a consistent recognition that actions have consequences. And, you know, prior to all of this digital media, prior to the rise of social platforms, in the analog world, we conduct ourselves a certain way. And when you're talking to someone, whether it's one-on-one or one-to-many, there's consequences to the things that you say and how you say them. And people are raised like that, and they recognize that. And then all of a sudden you introduce digital technology where your online identity is not necessarily tied to your offline identity. And those same societal constructs that create parameters and create boundaries all of a sudden start to get blurred, if not altogether erased. And so on LinkedIn, you have this very strong relationship and tie between offline and online identity. You also have this idea of the way you conduct yourself on LinkedIn to some extent will influence your career and the way in which you find work.
Sure.
And so there are consequences to actions. And I think that aspect of the professional and safe, trusted, and professional serves our membership quite well.
Okay, there's two things I want to get to before we run out of time. We have 4 minutes. One is...
It's like a TED Talk, Fireside as a TED Talk. It's that.
Whatever.
Very
I don't
short.
care. Whatever you
Very
say.
short.
Whatever you call it. So I'm going to give you a softball to tell you something I'm very impressed that you're doing, and you can tie it back to this compassion thing, and that is, first of all, this idea that you're trying to help people extend their networks who are not traditionally part of the inside crowd, right? And that I really think is important, and I hope you're doing it globally. Talk about that. But I also want to make sure we don't leave without talking about why you're in China, because we've just heard several speakers already this morning talk about, we are failing in our thinking about China. So talk about this quickly, this issue of helping people who are the excluded ones feel more included.
I'm going to start with China, and then we can,
very compassionate.
then we can
Okay,
close
go ahead. Start with
on the network gap and social capital. So with regard to China, it begins with our mission to connect the world's professionals to make them more productive and successful, and extends to our vision to create economic...
Because you are in China, in case anybody doesn't know that.
We established a
very
presence in
unusual
China
among social networks.
5-6 plus years ago. Our vision at LinkedIn is to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. The mission focuses largely on knowledge workers, professionals. There's about 770 million, 780 million when you include pre-professionals or students that aspire to become professionals. The vision is much broader than that. It's all 3.5 billion people within the global workforce. Neither the mission nor the vision is parenthetical. It's not to connect the world's professionals or create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce, in parentheses, excluding China. So the decision to establish ourselves in China was actually quite straightforward. What was far more challenging was how we were going to go about doing it. Recognizing that if you're going to operate in a country, you need to comply with the laws of that country. That's just the nature of the way business is done. And we don't always agree with the values underlying these laws. And in particular in China, when we announced that we were going to be establishing our business in China, we were very, very straightforward and transparent. And we talked about the fact that complying with Chinese law meant at times, very painfully, we would need to potentially censor our members. And to the extent their profiles included information that the Chinese government deemed illegal, we would have to comply with those laws. And to this day, it's one of the most painful things we do. Very thankfully, it's happened a very, very limited number of times, but it's
really?
Yeah, really.
Okay.
But it's painful nonetheless. Now, that is more oriented in terms of our values as individuals, as people, oriented around freedom of expression. To the extent, and LinkedIn was not created as a communications platform so much as it was created as a mechanism to help create economic opportunity. To the extent complying with Chinese law meant we would need to suppress access to economic opportunity, that would be something we would need to revisit. And
so if that
through.
happens, you'll reconsider?
Anywhere in the world, to the extent we can't do what we're trying to do in terms of creating economic opportunity for our members, then we would have to revisit the decision as to where we're doing business and how we're doing business. So that's kind of one of those really important thresholds for us.
Okay, we're really trying to stay on time, and I want you to talk about that other thing. I know it's a softball compared to
30
the China
seconds.
thing,
This
but
is the
it's so interesting what you're
speed
doing.
round. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out a transition. There's not.
Well, the point
much of
is
a
that you
segue.
basically have real, I mean, I'm a guy who went to a very elite college. I'm a white, upper middle class. I've had all the advantages, and I made a company, and I had a good career at Fortune, which was a super elite time Inc. I mean, I'm the classic example of a guy who traded on his connections to succeed, and I know that. But very, very
You and
few
everyone
people
else.
who have those kind of opportunities, and you have thought that through and tried to figure out what to do about it.
Yeah. So that vision I was just describing to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce, it is built on a belief at LinkedIn amongst our entire team that equal talent deserves equal access to opportunity. And there are systemic challenges, as we're all very well aware, that prevent that from being manifested. Take, for example, widening socioeconomic stratification, or this idea of an opportunity divide, where there's a correlation between household income and the quality of education that people in that household receive. There's a third systemic challenge that oftentimes goes either unnoticed or without the same kind of attention that those other two dynamics receive. And that's what we at LinkedIn have started to call the network gap. And this idea of a network gap begins with a supposition that networks have power, that your relationships, and in this context, professional relationships, have tremendous power and value. And by way of example, we'll do a quick straw poll. David just shared his anecdotal experience. But show of hands, how many of you here in the audience today, at any point in your career, received a benefit or an advantage in terms of understanding a job opportunity, opening a door, connecting with someone who was recruiting? You were able to advance your career by virtue of professional relationship. Just raise your hand. So
Anybody who doesn't
it's
raise their
virtually every hand goes up. So at LinkedIn, we decided to take that a step further, and we understood anecdotally the power of networks. That's in part why LinkedIn was originally founded by Reid Hoffman and the team. So our data scientists rolled up their sleeves and did a little bit of research, and it turns out when you apply for a job on LinkedIn, if you do so and ask for a referral from someone in your network, you're 9 times more likely to get the job. 9 times more likely. So then we took it a step further, and we asked that same team to do the research on who had the strongest networks that would enable them to benefit from that 9x advantage. The results weren't altogether surprising, but they're definitely worth mentioning. It turns out that where you grow up, where you go to school, and where you work are strongly correlated with the strength of your network. By way of example, if you grow up in a high-income neighborhood, you're 3 times more likely to have a strong network. If you go to a top university, you're 2 times likely to have a strong network. If you work at a top company, you're 2 times then again likely to have a strong network. If you enjoy all 3 benefits, you are 12 times more likely to have the kind of network that enables you to be 9 times more likely to get the job, which creates a virtuous cycle for people like David who enjoy that kind of social capital, and creates a very, very vicious cycle for people who are arguably equally, if not more talented at times, but are being shut out of these opportunities by virtue of a lack of social capital. So through products and technology, through programs we're developing to broaden the aperture through which we recruit and hire, and by trying to encourage people to go beyond their traditional first-degree networks and create opportunities for extremely deserving talent that doesn't necessarily enjoy a first-degree relationship with you, we can start to change this dynamic.
See, to me, that is not only a really good, responsible, doing good sort of thing, but it comes out of your compassion logic, but it also will expand your business.
Yeah.
So, wow, what a great combo. And I'm so glad you're thinking that way, and thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure. Really good. Well, continuing with our rapid-fire celebrityhood, which is really exciting, actually, I'd like to bring Marissa Mayer on stage. I hope she's backstage. Hi, Marissa. So good to see you. Thank you for being here. So good to have you here. I don't want to keep saying my connections to these people, but I wrote the very first article anybody ever wrote about her. Right? Didn't I?
I think
you
that's
told me
right.
that
Yes,
once. Anyway,
yeah.
you told me you sent it to your mother. I remember. Anyway, so
We had lunch, and then you turned it into your weekly column at the end, and I was like, so I was pretty surprised. But
you were doing something interesting. That's all it takes, right? That was when she was running search at Google, and she had an amazing career at Google, creating a lot of the infrastructure of the modern economy, basically. And then, as we all know, it's very sort of legendary. She was recruited to go to Yahoo and to run it, help turn it around. And she was faced with a lot of challenges. So luckily, she had a giant stake in Alibaba to play with, so it certainly helped the shareholders do well, and sold it to Verizon. And now she is building something new, which I'm going to try to squeeze as much information out of her as I can. But I was actually talking to Martin backstage. You have something called Lumi Labs, which is it's not an incubator, it's a company, right?
It was an incubator in the classic sense. Sometimes you incubate teams, sometimes you incubate ideas. And basically, my co-founder and I had an array of ideas that we wanted to work on, so we hired engineers to start working on them. But at this point, we're a classic startup. Our ideas in many ways interrelate. We're working in the contacts, events, and group space. So I don't want to say more than that because we're still stealth, and we'll be coming out with our first product sometime in the next few months. We're close.
Don't talk about your products then, but what do you see as the problems that are out there that we're all facing? We just had the head of LinkedIn on stage, so
Sure.
clearly we have some good tools. But I was talking to Martin backstage, we all still, as our number one tool in business, rely on email, which you helped invent to a large degree, but it's like a 20, 25-year-old tool. That is
I didn't help invent it, but
well,
I would say what
what it is today, there's no doubt about
Well,
it.
I think that what we see is there's lots of everyday tasks that people do, or commonplace tasks that they do, that just haven't improved that much. I've talked now to probably a couple thousand people because one of the areas we're interested in is contacts, and I can do a show of hands here. But how many people here would say at this moment, if we opened up contacts as they exist on your phone, that yours are in perfect shape and you need no help improving them in any way?
I don't see any hands, I can say that right
Because I think I've talked now to about 3,000 people, just formally and informally, and I have not yet found one. I mean, it ranges from college students to retirees to business people, everywhere in between. Everyone's contacts are a mess. In fact, they're actually embarrassed to show them. And so, like,
A lot of people actually use
they'll be
LinkedIn.
like, wait, like, I know, do you really want to see them? Do you really want? And you'd be like, because you want to sort of see how many duplicates they have and what kinds of issues they have. But there's, that's a problem that is rich and interesting. And the same thing is true for group formation. It's really hard. If you look at all the different group formation tools are really difficult in terms of making sure you don't miss people as the group evolves and people leave the group and join the group, whether it's a group that's traveling together or it's a group of like parents in schools. It's really hard to make sure that group membership is moderated the right way, that you're connecting people the right way. And we think that there's a lot there. And tying it, my interest has always been artificial intelligence, and tying it to that, right now, AI is very focused on many of the grand challenges, which are incredibly important and will give us a lot of benefits. Self-driving cars, global facial recognition. But in the pursuit of those, we think there's a lot of little technologies that could be deployed on these everyday problems in the meantime. And it's not uncommon that when you're doing these grand challenges, really useful inventions kind of, come out of them. I was remembering with the man on the moon, they did all those nice retrospectives. And it was a grand challenge to put a man on the moon, but tons of interesting inventions and technologies came out of that pursuit, including the integrated circuit. Right? The things that you need to invent to achieve those types of goals often end up being as useful, if not even more useful, than the grand challenge itself. And we think that the current state of AI means we don't have self-driving cars today, we don't have facial recognition, but there's still a rate of invention and utility of some of those learning technologies that could benefit people every day. And that's been the premise of Lumi Labs.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. It's more than you would say on the phone, so thank you. As an engineer who's been really embedded in Silicon Valley for your entire adult life pretty much, when you look at where we are in technology, how optimistic are you that we're headed in a good direction?
I'm always an optimist, and I'm particularly optimistic about technology. I think there's always pitfalls, and we have to be mindful of those, and I think there's been some surprising pitfalls in the last 5 years, 10 years. But overall, I'm still very optimistic. I'm optimistic about what it can do for the quality of people's lives on a lot of different fronts, and I think overall, technology is something that drives humanity forward.
What about targeted advertising, algorithmic advertising? I mean, we're going to have Tristan Harris on stage later today, interviewed by Casey Newton. I'm very excited about that combination, by the way. But Tristan is of the view that automated advertising per se is wrong. How do you feel about that?
I think that if you look back at the history of advertising, which we tended to do when I was at Google quite a bit, also at Yahoo, advertising is always uncomfortable. When you look at the early newspaper ads and then later the TV ads, when they first start showing up, people would say, it feels very judgmental. It feels very stereotypical to say someone who reads this or watches that probably is interested in this product or service or that product or service. And then over time, as it brings value and it becomes just part of the norm, people get more accustomed to it. And I think it's always awkward to go out and say, okay, who needs my product or service? How would I find them? How would I get that product in front of them? So advertising isn't necessarily something that always feels natural at the beginning. I think that there's certainly a lot of elements of automated advertising that makes sense, because that targeting, if anything, starts to move it past the stereotypes and past the broad judgments of someone who watches or reads this would also be interested in this, and starts to get even more pointed. I think that's one of the reasons why Google search ads have worked so well, because we used to say, look, we don't have to use demographics. We don't have to wonder like what kind of person would be interested in golf clubs or skis. The person just typed that into the search box, so we know that's what they're looking for. And that's one of the reasons why it works so well. So I think that if you use automated advertising to reach the right person who's really looking for that product or service at that moment, is particularly effective. I think more broadly, it also is effective. That's why I definitely have reservations when it begins to affect governance and civilization on a broad level,
Which it
I
seems
think
to be doing.
which it is doing, and I actually think I would agree with the views on political ads. I'm not sure that political advertising
Well, I know you're friends
should
with
be.
Jack Dorsey, so you think what he did was right.
I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
And interesting, we just had Jeff Weiner up here. He did it too at
Yes.
LinkedIn. So you think everybody should do that?
I think that political advertising should probably, I personally have concerns just about the entire campaign finance system and how advertising is used broadly in that, but I personally think that automated advertising is very dangerous.
Yeah, for political.
Because I think when you don't know whether or not it's the candidate or it's the super PAC or it's somebody pretending to be the super PAC in another country trying to influence your country, things start to get very dicey. And so to not understand the authenticity and the purpose of that ad and whether or not it really is for the candidate by the candidate, the political games that can be played are dangerous.
Well, you are so deeply embedded in Silicon Valley culture. How do you feel about this view that so many people, even in this room, have, that it has fundamentally gone off the rails in terms of its, even to use Jeff's terminology, capability for compassion?
I don't know that I feel that I agree with that. I think that I still I know so many people in the area, and I feel that they are compassionate and they are ethical. I definitely think that there have been some very prominent problems, right? The influence of the elections is an example. Obviously, Theranos is another example. There certainly are issues, but I personally don't think they're systemic. That's not my view.
One of the things I want to just touch on, and I want to give the audience a chance to ask you questions because I know there's plenty of people that would have them. You've been on the board of Walmart for quite a while, what, like 5 or 6 years?
7 years.
7 years, right. And you would have loved being here yesterday because several speakers spontaneously, including Esther Dyson, is she still there? She's working in Muskegon, Michigan. And one of the things that she has helped facilitate there is Walmart getting more deeply involved with the community health in some very interesting, creative ways. And she made the point, I think it was on stage, that Walmart is so big that it's in its interest to have a healthy American public, right? Which is a great synergy, right? I don't know, I know you said in an email you sent me you can't talk about board machinations. I don't want you to do that, but how do you just talk about what you've learned about Walmart and how should we understand? I think Walmart, considering its scale, is an extremely good role model for other big companies in many, many ways. They've had famous mistakes like in Mexico, et cetera, but their community attitudes and their attitudes towards environmental responsibility are singularly impressive. Why is that?
Well, I'll start off because I think it is an interesting example, and it sheds a lot of light on how Walmart approaches things. But when I joined the Walmart board, I was at Google. I had been at Google for about 10 years. I didn't want to leave Google, and I approached Larry, Sergey, Eric, and David Drummond and said, I'd really like to join some boards because I'd like to understand how other companies work, and I've only been at Google, and I'd like to understand what's the same, what's different across different industries. And I spent a couple of years trying to find the right board. And pretty much everywhere I turned, anything I was interested in had a conflict with Google. And so I ended up I would look at one, and they all had conflicts. And it was interesting because then Walmart approached me, and I thought, well, there's certainly going to be a conflict. And they said, look, we're so big, everybody on our board has conflicts. It's just how you manage them, right? Because they're we have conflicts with everything. I was like, oh, it never even occurred to me to just go so big that there would definitely be conflicts, but they would be really professional in how to manage them. And so, but it really is true, and they've handled it really well. And there are areas of conflict, and we recuse ourselves and or step out when those occur. But overall, I think what I've learned a tremendous amount about the company, about America and the American consumer and how to run just a really first-rate company and a first-rate board. I think the really impressive thing about Walmart is the scale. I've been privileged at both Google and Yahoo. They're both companies at scale, and I really like thinking at scale. But the scale of Walmart is just really mind-boggling at times. Like when you talk about, like when you meet with the logistics team and they talk about how to move the mountains of stuff that ultimately ends up in all of our homes, and really basically outfitting most of American households and groceries and food. Like it's really amazing. But on a policy level, for example, I've been impressed with the types of change for good they can make. So in 2015, President Obama made a speech and said, we want to get the minimum wage to $10 an hour over the next 3 years in 2018. And the next month, we had the board meeting, and Doug McMillon, our CEO, said, we could just take a position and we could make that wage change now. And he's like, and it wasn't something that we were projecting. It's something that we'd have to go back and re-message. And we all said, we should absolutely do it. Like, that's where we're going to end up anyway. It's the right thing to do for our employees. And gave him a lot of encouragement. And ultimately, it's Doug's call. And he did it. And the interesting thing was that because that employs, I think it's like 1.3 million Americans, and it didn't actually affect that many people, but it was nice to have that out there as a very firm baseline. We took that position, and pretty much every other retailer in the country had to take that position within a month just to ultimately be competitive. And I was like, wow, the president lays this out as a 3-year plan, Walmart decides to do it, and 6 weeks later, the country is there.
And there's other things like that.
That level of scale is really amazing. Same thing on the environment.
Yeah.
They had taken good positions, in my view, on guns and firearms. And so, they've got really good values, and they're good people, and they think a lot about the impact on the world. And I think it's been really amazing to be able to sit in that room and watch how those decisions are made and participate.
I mean, two more that I would mention. I believe they are the country's largest customer for solar panels because they've made such a big commitment to solar. They also made a commitment to go all organic in their vegetables over time. I mean, these are big, big things to do, and for a company of that scale, the impact is astonishing. So I think they are a role model. Who has a question or comment for Marissa? Somebody must have a question. Everybody's, okay, right here. Identify yourself, please.
Venkat Macharla from Andreessen Horowitz. Marissa, there's a whole alumni of product leaders who've you've mentored over time. So I'm just wondering, when it comes to mentorship, what you've learned and what are the key aspects on that?
Sure. I ran a program at Google called the Associate Product Manager Program, where we hired top computer science graduates right into product management, which is unusual. Most companies would say they have to go and be engineers for a while first and then move into management, but we moved them straight into product management. They didn't actually manage teams, they managed products, and put them through a 2-year rotational program where they would work in an area for a year and then they would switch and then work in that area for the next year, and then it was an up or out program. If they were doing well, they got promoted to full product manager, lost the associate part of the title, otherwise they would leave. And through that process, I think in the end, over 10 years, I hired 220, I think it's 218 people. It's funny because they're all my kids. I go to their weddings, I buy their baby presents when they have children, and so I really do think of them as my kids. And I was the den mother. We'd go to recruiting events. I'd be like picking up the hoodies and stuff they left behind. But for mentoring, what I've learned is, one, there's a lot of mentoring programs where it's someone completely outside of the organization you're working with and not day to day. And I actually find that to be helpful to the associate product managers, it was helpful for me to have the context and know, okay, they're working for this manager, this is their tech lead, these are the kinds of personalities that are in the mix, these are the types of problems that they're working on, these are the types of problems that matter, these are the types of problems that aren't ultimately going to matter. So I feel that actually mentoring within a company, or certainly within the same industry, is actually incredibly important. And I found that it definitely is quality over quantity. Interestingly, because I was the coordinator and the executive sponsor for the program, when we do the rotation at the end of the year, I would meet with all of the APM 1s to 2s, so all the people who are in their transition year and all the people who are about to graduate. And I would say, basically, what have you learned the last year? What have you liked about it? What have you not liked about it? What did you learn from your manager? And then I would say, for next year, what do you hope? What do you hope you'll like about your job, not like about your job? What are you hoping to see in your manager? And then I would make them fill out a Mad Lib that would say, I used to do X, and now I'm doing Y, and by doing that, I'm learning Z. Right, so I'd be like, so you might say, like, I used to work on this product, and now I'm working on that product, and they're both mature products, so I'm learning what's the same and what's different in a mature product cycle. Or you might say, like, I'm working on something super nascent, now I want to work on something that's much more mature, and I'll learn this. Or I used to work on something advertiser-facing, now I'm going to want to work on something user-facing, so I understand how different customer and user groups are different. Those types of things. And by actually, for me, what I saw was in those, that basically was an hour-long conversation with each of them. I would do it every May, so I basically would just sacrifice my weekends in May and have those conversations. But I would learn a lot about the company, all the areas they were working on, so it was very enriching for me. But I also realized that even just that 1 hour a year, of dedicated time and having some retrospective questions, and usually I would be adjacent to the area they were working in, but not necessarily like their manager or right in there with them. I think those were some of the keys. So I think you want to be close, but not too close. And I think that a lot of people will be like, oh, you need weekly mentoring. I found it was better to do more concentrated blocks of time over slower intervals. That said, I do want to give, one of the things we did in that program is we had management coaches. And so it's also unusual that we hired for these new grads right out of school, management coaches that they got to meet with for a half an hour every 2 weeks. And I would tell them, people would be like, how should I use my management coach? And I was like, real life circumstances are always a great use. So I'd be like, that email you've been hesitating to send, print it out and talk about it with your management coach, right? Like the argument that you had with your tech lead this morning, like go and rehash it and figure out how to improve it. Because like a lot of times, especially for a new grad, they, and just anyone new in a company really, they don't want to go to their manager and say, I'm having this problem. So to actually have a sounding board where they can say, I think I sent this email I probably shouldn't have sent, and now it's kind of escalated in a way that I didn't really want it to, right? Like, and like getting in there on the day-to-day and helping them work out the nuances of how they can accomplish their job and how they can be effective was important. And so I don't underestimate the impact that those management coaches had, especially once we sort of moved into the model of bringing your management coach a real life example that's going on at the moment.
Well, from the first conversation I ever had with you, I knew you were an incredibly thoughtful manager as well as a thoughtful engineer and innovator. So I think you've shown that both characteristics here. I can't wait to learn more detail about Lumi Labs. So let us know as soon as possible. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
See you again. Thanks so much. Okay, well, finally you're going to get rid of me here. And I'm going to introduce Colin Paris, who is a Vice President for Software Research at GE Global Research, and is very involved in some really important things around industrial analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and he's going to tell you a lot about that now. So, Colin, please come on stage. Thanks so much for being here.
My pleasure. Okay, good morning. Thank you very much for your time. It was a delight here to get the call from David and tell you a few things about what GE is doing. I'm going to tell you about GE's journey with two technologies. One is AI and one is additive manufacturing. We have these very long-lived assets, and I'm going to show you how we're actually using these technologies to make these assets more capable to adapt to the environments they're in. But first, let me step back and actually show you a little bit about the environment that we're in itself. Let me describe the landscape to you. So when you think about GE as being in three large industries: aviation, energy, and healthcare. When you think about aviation, we've got 70,000 engines, greater than 50% of the global fleet. So at any point in time, we have 300,000 souls in the air on these aircrafts. When you think about energy, 1/3 of the energy in the world is being produced by GE machines. When you think about human body scans, CT scans, MRIs, 400,000 scanners, 16,000 scans of a human body per minute. So that's the value to the society we're producing and to our customers. Now the drivers. The driver number one is always safety. Number two is always about productivity. How do I get more with these machines? Always. How do we find other ways to drive increased revenue for faster growth? And finally, how do you dynamically understand what's going on and react to it, reducing operational risk as well as reducing business risk? And there are a lot of dynamics, a lot of things are changing. And there are some of these below. I think you all know right now when we look at customers, we really are looking at end consumers. So we have to think about how does an end consumer have that journey on an aircraft? What do they want with energy? When we think of our markets, we have to think about two things. Where are our competitors coming from? Not traditional ones, but ones that can appear from nowhere. You look at Amazon and what's happening there. This is someone who does retail, now selling rockets to Boeing and Lockheed. You look at government influences. They're happening in droves when we have these discussions about what's happening with China and the US. And then finally, you look at the power of technology, the power I'm here to discuss with you. What is happening in AI? How do we use things that have occurred in the last 2 decades? We see the power of AI in consumers, where the data and the AI can allow you to predict the needs of a customer and then optimize a business model. Could I take that same idea as we have and predict the needs of an asset and then optimize the business model around that asset? That's the idea called a digital twin that I'm sure many of you know. We've talked about it for years. And that's the journey I'll take you on, using this AI and digital twin that forms the brain of a machine and trying to show how you could use that to change the body of a machine to ultimately form an immortal machine. So here's how this journey begins. It begins with what is a digital twin. So a digital twin itself is a model. It's a mathematical representation of an asset. Now, we all build models. The difference here, though, is that I am building a model that's constantly updating itself. It's updating itself every time the asset lands on the ground, it updates itself. It's learning not only from its experiences, the environment and how it was flown, but also the experiences of the fleet, of other models and other assets around it. And so what you do is you take the information, the physical information, the information about the design, the manufacturing, the services of this asset, and you combine it with the data. The data of every time it takes off, the environment it takes off in, the way it was used. When you bring those two things together using AI, it gives you the ability to deliver insights. An insight is something that says, based upon the way it's been flown, I can predict that this part will fail in 3 months. So I need to take an action. That's an insight. Or I can predict that right now fuel efficiency is falling, and in the next 20 flights, the fuel efficiency will be very low, and so you won't make as much money because you'll be paying for more fuel. Now, once I have the insights, that's not enough. I've got to take an insight and do an action in order to get value. So an action could be, I go get that part replaced, or I go and I wash that engine so I get out some of the contaminants so that the aerodynamics comes back and the fuel efficiency increases. So once I take these actions, I get feedback, and that feedback goes back into my mathematical model that gets it better. I learn. It's learning here constantly. It's learning from its environment, from the other people in the fleet. Then occasionally, because it's AI, I can actually look at a long-scale view of it, and I can learn things. Like we can learn things that say, normally we believe the biggest stress on engines were on takeoff, but in some conditions, when the engine climbs, there's an even greater stress. So now I can redesign better. So that digital twin is giving me a loop of learning at a faster rate than we can possibly learn as humans to allow us to have a brain that's better, allowing it to adapt and deliver greater value. And so what do we do with this value? With this value, we do 3 things. We try to figure out how can I get early warning on a problem so that I can figure out a problem way before. So if there's wear and tear, I don't wait until the wear and tear is extreme. I can actually make a small change in maintenance, and I can get that asset back in place. That allows me to increase reliability. It allows me to do continuous prediction, because every time that asset lands, I can look and I can make a judgment on how long to keep it in service. Or I can make a judgment in something in which maybe contaminants are getting on the blades itself, and I should clean those blades, and that will allow it to fly even longer. It gives it increased availability. Or I can do optimization. I can look at a power plant and I can say, normally there's a lot of wear and tear if I increase the temperature inside the turbine to produce more electricity. Why don't I do this? Why don't I wait? And in cases where the cost of electricity is not high, maybe I actually run it inefficiently. And so I save that wear and tear on the parts. And when the cost of electricity is the highest, maybe when it's hottest or when it's coldest, or maybe when I don't have enough renewable energy, maybe then I increase the temperature and generate the maximum amount of electricity when the price is highest. I can actually increase profitability. So I can look at these three ways here, and I can increase reliability, I can increase availability, and I can increase profitability. And this we did. If you look at 2016 and 17, we created 1.2 million twins, and what we did was generate roughly $600 million in value. But this is an AI system, and we're dealing with trillions of dollars of assets, and so it's got to be first safe, not only operationally, but business-wise. So we've got to think of a way to use this AI effectively, such that this AI is used in the right conditions. So we created something called Humble AI. Now, what's Humble AI? Three distinct parts. The first part is the AI knows the zone of competency in which it is ideally suited to run. Usually that's based on where we selected, where we got the most data from. So it knows its region of competency. Then next is once it's outside that region of competency, we don't use the twin. We go back and we use a legacy-proven algorithm that has been there for years. And then the third thing is the twin says, help me learn to get better. Give me more data so that I could increase my region of competency. And that's the journey. So you look at this wind turbine. Here's what you find out. When you look at wind, wind is one of the most dynamic things on the planet. So that wind turbine, full length there is roughly 138 meters. And then you have the blades on top of it. What you find with wind is the wind that's going from 0 to 22 meters runs at a different speed than the wind that's in the middle of the turbine and the wind that's at the top. These are each running at different speeds. Then more than likely, what you also find is that different times of day, as you see on the graph, that speed changes. Then if you're on a wind farm and you have one wind turbine here and another one quarter of a mile away, the wind speed is totally different. And then you find in different seasons, the wind speed changes. And then you find with climate change, that changes as well. So to get a human being to write a mathematical equation to figure this out, impossible. Because based upon that speed, you determine how to pitch the angle of those blades, and you determine the speed by which it rotates to generate the maximum electricity. So you build a twin. You use the physics and you combine it with the AI systems, with the data, and it finds you the right way of generating the maximum energy. But it does so where you have the best data. So for this, the region of competency is where you see that blue banner, between 6 and 7 meters per second, because I have the most data, and I've run all the validation tests. Now, when the wind speed increases during the day, during the season, outside of that region, we don't use the twin. What we do is we use a well-known algorithm. It doesn't give you the same performance, but it's known, it's safe, it's tested. And then what you do is you begin to collect data. I can collect data from that wind turbine. I can collect data from the fleet, the ones around it. I can collect data from a simulator that we're building with Sandia National Labs, or I can collect new ideas from humans. I have 4 ways of collecting data. And then based upon that, I get a larger region of competency. It now grows from 6 to 7 to 5 to 8 meters per second. Because of the new data, now I get a better twin. This is using this AI techniques in a lot safer way. I'm limiting the operational risk, I'm limiting the business risk. And we have deployed these on wind turbines. We are now deploying these on gas turbines as well. Humble AI. So now the brain of the system begins to get smarter. It adapts, and it knows where it's smart. It's not arrogant, it's humble. It also tells us things about the assets. It tells us things about the parts. The parts may break. So what do we do now? Can I use additive manufacturing to help me with those parts that break? Let me describe additive manufacturing to you a little bit. So normally what we do in manufacturing is subtractive manufacturing. Usually we take a metal, pour it in a mold, create an object, and then you actually take away the pieces you don't need, and then you polish the object. You may add certain coatings to it. That's how manufacturing is done. And it's done off a huge scale. Because when I build a factory that builds these molds of the things, I am building hundreds of them. Now, additive is different. This is like 3D printing. What I'm doing there is I have a bed of powder, I put down a piece of powder, and I heat it with a laser. And then I add another bit of powder and another bit of powder, and I build a part up from the ground up. What it allows you to do is to build parts that are really different in design. So that small part you see there called a fuel nozzle. That's the part that sends the fuel inside the jet engines, and that fuel has to be sent in a particular way at the right temperature to cause it to ignite in the best possible way. That part consisted of 18 small parts that you have to bring together to get the right turns and twists so it doesn't clog. Those 18 parts become vulnerable all the time. Now with additive, you can build it as one part. When you do that, this is 5 times more durable. We've been building these for years. Then we decided, could we build an engine like that? All with additive parts. Now it went from 855 parts to 12 parts. The power of additive, and I can build one part custom-made for this one machine at a much lower cost. So now I actually take this brain that's telling me with the twin how to design things, giving me ideas of not only how to tweak the machine, but literally how to design a new part. And now I have that ability to take the twin, get data when I bring it in for inspection and improve the twin, get design data and through additive, and build a part that's perfectly suited. I have a brain and a body coming together. It's like me. I get smarter as I learn, and then I decide I have bones here that actually aren't functioning well, and I build a new bone that's stronger and quicker and more efficient. And as I do that, I create an immortal machine, one that's adapting to the environment constantly, understanding what the customer needs, delivering the value, both in terms of longevity and performance. Thank you very much for your time.
Right on time.
Any quick questions? Because I think I have something like 18 seconds here. Other than that, I will gladly give you the break. Questions, quick? Anyone? Please. Can't really see, but because of these lights, but somebody will see.
Great presentation. So
Thank
thank you very much. What do you see as the big milestones? So over the course of the next 3, 5, 7 years, what do you think are the most important things to occur sequentially to get us to this point?
That's a great question. So let me give you the first one. The first one we had to go through quite a bit was to get past the cultural discussions with the chief engineers. So when you actually talk about AI and you go into a chief engineer who owns one of these assets and these things run $200-300 million, the first thing they say is, I don't believe you. I've studied physics all my life. This AI stuff is brand new. They aren't even textbooks. What do we do? So there's a series of toll gates. What they will do is they will actually not believe you at the start. They will pull the assets and verify the damage. And they will do this for months until they actually see, well, okay, you predicted it. This is what was delivered. And so that cycle goes on. So it's a cultural acceptance idea. That's the first thing that happens. The second thing that usually happens then is, okay, now that I've done that, how do I insert that into my business model? So usually there's a business process transformation that occurs at that point in time, in which many businesses say, well, if I can predict these things, how do I actually get it into my business process? Because usually it's a bunch of people sitting around deciding when to replace things. Now I have a machine telling it to you. So now I have to get that directly into the SAP systems that can generate new parts and get the right field engineer. That's the second piece you see. And then that's how they tie it to P&L. The third piece you see is how do you actually begin to train more and more people to understand these techniques? How do you build those twins fast enough? And so this is when you have to democratize enough AI and tie it with the physics to get it to be done. So it's still a journey as we move forward. And I haven't talked about additive as yet, because that is now getting there. But this is part of the journey that we see that we're on. But it is going to be cultural. It is going to be tied into a number of these things that related to the business models and everything else. Thank you very much. Have a great morning. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this short break. We will resume our show at 11 a.m.
David and by God.
I could go out there and vamp for a second, and would that be helpful? That will just get people coming in. Start doing it. Okay. All right. Oh, there's the microphone. All right. Well, you know, I did work hard this morning, so I'm going to turn the interviewing over to someone who I tremendously respect in this next session. Sarah Fryer, who I'll talk about in a second, is going to interview Tim O'Reilly, who is a legend in the industry. Wrote a book recently called What's the Future that was a very thoughtful articulation of where we stand and where we could go with technology and the technology industry and society. And he was just telling me about some new ideas he has that are really important about where the relationship between the tech platforms and society is going. And I'm sure Sarah Fryer is going to ask him about that. Sarah is a journalist at Bloomberg who I've gotten to know in my own work over there. She has got a book that's coming out in April called No Filter, The Inside Story of Instagram. She's covered a lot of great stuff about Instagram and social networks and Facebook. So I'm very pleased that Sarah will be doing that. And we're still vamping slightly to get a few more people in the room. But I wanted to say, you know, when I think about this conference and why I think it's sort of working is because of the people we have here. So I really want to thank all of you for being part of it. And I know it's very tightly programmed and we've been moving very quickly. So we haven't had quite as many questions from the audience and comments as I would ideally like. But it's your presence that makes this possible. So we really appreciate that. And I think I'm going to just make the decision that we're ready to go and bring Tim O'Reilly and Sarah Fryer onto the stage. So come on out, you guys.
Thanks, David.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on in, folks.
It's time. So Tim, I think that was a great intro from David, and backstage we were talking about how you have really been part of the conversation about how the internet is changing for decades now, and you've really been a deep thinker about where we're headed. And so when you think back to popularizing the Web 2.0 term, that was really a time of democratization, thinking about user-generated content, of fueling the internet. And now we are in this world of giants. And what do you think is the fundamental issue we're grappling with today as we look at the state of the internet?
Well, I think the fundamental question is one of incentives. I think we have to cite tech in its environment. And today, most of the leading tech companies are either public companies or on their way to becoming public companies, or they're so heavily capitalized that their primary objective is financial. And so we look back on that era of the late 90s, early 2000s, when we had this tremendous optimism about the web. When Google said that their goal was not to be evil, when Google said that their goal was to have people come to Google and leave immediately. That was like a golden age. My original definition of Web 2.0 was that it was all about harnessing collective intelligence. The companies that had survived the dot-com bust weren't just trying to push stuff at you. They were trying to actually connect people in new ways. And that's still true in a lot of ways. All of the great companies are in some ways connection machines. They're marketplaces, bringing people together with the help of big data and algorithms. The thing that has really changed, though, is that the leading companies are starting to turn away from the things that made them great. And it's kind of interesting because the company that had turned away previously from the thing that made it great, and that is Microsoft, actually has gone back to it. You know, if you read Satya Nadella's book Hit Refresh, he said we had to go back and ask ourselves what was it that had made us great in the first place, and it was like our whole job was to help other people write software.
So you think Facebook, Google are in a sort of old Microsoft
They are
right now?
definitely working on being like Microsoft used to be. And let me give you a very concrete example of that in Google's case. Most of you are old enough to remember when Google consisted basically of 10 blue links wrapped around with a little sort of reverse gamma shape of three small ads at the top and a band down the side. They had a different color. You knew they were ads. And that's actually, believe it or not, still true, minus the ads, for non-commercial searches. They're 10 blue links. But wherever there is commercial potential, Google has changed tremendously. More than half of all Google searches now end at Google. There's no click-through to anyone else. Google has basically done what Microsoft did in the 80s, which is to say, oh, this is a really lucrative category. We should own it. Not only that, they have basically preferenced their own properties. Like if they actually followed the rules of their algorithmic matching that said, we're really looking for what the collective intelligence of the web thinks is the best source of content, the Google sites wouldn't necessarily be at the top. They've been artificially pinned there because it's good for Google.
Do you think the same way about Amazon's in-house products? Or?
Yes, I think that's very, very similar. Amazon, Jeff says we want to be the most customer-centric company on earth. And they're not as far along as Google is, but I think that they have replaced, again, going back to the early period when I first started talking about this idea of collective intelligence 15 years ago, Amazon distinguished themselves from all the e-commerce competitors by, like Google, using all these techniques to understand what their users actually thought were the best products. And the default search was for that kind of, like, this is the collective intelligence best product. And today, the default is Amazon picked it. And not only that, they now have a fast-growing advertising business. And the question is, can advertising be user-centric? Because ultimately, people are paying you to feature certain products. And so, and that's also true. That's the part I didn't get to with Google. If you look particularly on mobile, between Google content and sponsored content, you often will not find, for a commercial search, you will not find an organic Google link till well, on mobile you'll scroll down for, multiple screenfuls before you'll see the first organic link. And the problem with this is, long term, the web was an ecosystem of producers and consumers. And the producers are slowly but surely being squeezed. They're being squeezed out. And, a lot of people, I know Ben Evans likes to sort of say, oh, it's this, delusion. Why is it any different for Amazon to offer, house products? Every other retailer does it. And the reason, I think, is because of this turning away from the thing that made them great, which was using these new tools of collective intelligence to actually serve their users better. And now to pull back and say, no, we're actually going to do the things that just make us more money.
So do you think, okay, democratizing the world's information, that was Google. Connecting the world, that was Facebook. Do you think that the companies are their employees certainly still feel like they're mission-based, that they're
That's fading. It's
fading.
Yeah,
okay.
it's fading. I mean, you look at Google just stopped having all hands because there's so much contention with the employees. That's maybe a...
And Facebook has
a sign. Now, again, I think
hand.
these companies still believe that they are doing what's best for their users. Hey, we pick...
Why won't the companies just go out and call themselves businesses? Why won't they just tell the public...
They are businesses, and I think it's totally legitimate to understand that they have to, act as a business. But I think there's a missing understanding about what makes economies work, and I think this is kind of the thing that I kind of try to tie all this into in my head, is it's the same problem that we see in the issues of inequality in our country. And around the world, which is this idea that if it's good to make money, then making more money must be better. And I do think that long term, you have to actually think like a farmer. You need new inputs into the system. You can't just take more and more out. And that's I think the lesson that Microsoft learned. They were taking out more than they were putting back. And one of the mottos we've always had at my company is create more value than you capture. And that has to be, if you think long term, that has to be your goal. And so I'm not really, I don't think they're bad companies. I just think they're being short-sighted. Just like we're being short-sighted in all the business practices that are now leading us to this climate crisis.
So Amazon is prioritizing its own products. Google's prioritizing its own links, its own ads. If I'm the government, I'm looking at this. Where do I find the consumer harm? Because these are free products. These are products we all we still go to that, and they wouldn't make these changes unless we still went to them just as often.
Absolutely, and yes, when you're doing a Google search, it's so convenient to just get the answer and not have to click through to a link, no question. But you could be imagining a way in which Google said, we're going to surface the answer, but it's going to come from someone else dynamically, and we're going to pass through revenue. And instead, they basically said, no, we're going to basically create our own product. Sometimes they're licensed, but even when they're licensed, those sources of additional information, say for song lyrics, they pick a provider. And I just think this is a step backwards from that kind of dynamic. So where's the consumer harm is in the lack of opportunity for new creativity, because the incentives are no longer there. And that's what really bit Microsoft, quite honestly. When I entered the industry was relatively, during that curve of Microsoft's ascendancy, and they would meet with Silicon Valley VCs to tell them, you can invest here, but we're going to go there, so don't bother. And I think it's that don't bother trying to make it better because we got this is the ultimate source of consumer harm. And I think economists really recognize, and people who study antitrust, that consumer harm isn't just about pricing. It is also about innovation. And the harm is in the reduction of innovation. And I think we see this throughout Silicon Valley. I wrote a piece back in January, a critique of Reid Hoffman's book about blitzscaling. And in it, I pointed out that Uber didn't really win in the marketplace. They won in the marketplace of investors. The capital picked Uber. Customers didn't pick Uber. And the interesting contrast I made was that Sunil Paul, who really invented the category that we now think of as on-demand ride-hailing with drivers who are own their own cars, raised $35 million, which just by coincidence was the same amount of money that Google raised. So $35 million was good enough for Google to get to business. Google, whereas by the time Sunil Paul was put out of business, Uber had raised hundreds of millions and went on to raise billions, and turned it into this race that was driven by spending so much capital, subsidizing customer acquisition, And we don't even know if that's a viable business at its current scale now.
Because it has so much subsidization.
Great win for, even though, you know, the late investors got screwed. It was a great win for, you know, the early investors, for the entrepreneurs. But we don't know yet whether that race is run. And if we had had a more natural market where there had been lots of real competition to acquire customers that wasn't so weighted by capital, we would probably have ended up with a different balance, slower growth, a different balance of value allocated between the drivers, the passengers, the company, and you would have ended up, I think, with we don't really know where it would have gone. We don't know what that.
But slower growth is the key there, because slower growth is not something that VCs want. It's not something that Wall Street wants, and it's really just, there is no equation for being successful in Silicon Valley without it. How would you change that equation? Is there another metric?
Well, there are a couple of things there. First of all, you have to recognize that this is an aberration, and we've gotten a system that is increasingly out of whack. You know, where it used to be, you know, there's that great scene in The Social Network, you know, where it's like, you know, $1 million isn't cool. Now, $1 billion, that's cool. You know, the fact is, Silicon Valley was started with people who thought, wow, we might make $1 million, we might make $10 million, you know. And, you know, some of them, we did go on to make $1 billion. But now you've got basically people, take Adam Newman with WeWork. It's not clear he created any value at all, and he walks away with billions. You know, and so
Legend.
The idea of Silicon Valley is really a little bit, I think it's a little bit, again, the parable of what is wrong with our economy today. Because, and again, I want to bring this around to AI, which is kind of like this sort of ultimate question of governance. Because there are a lot of governance questions in AI. I know here we're going to talk about, you know, autonomous weapons, and you know, there's so many other super specific questions. But there's a big fear that has been articulated, most famously by Nick Bostrom in Superintelligence, you know, which is this idea of the paperclip maximizer. You know, you build a machine, you give it the goal of making paperclips. It's a self-improving machine. It gets better and better at it, and it finally decides that humans are an obstacle to making more paperclips, which is the goal you gave it. Now, in my book, I use the much older story of, you know, from Arabian mythology of genies. You know, and Stuart Russell does the same thing in his wonderful new book called Human Compatible, about governing AI. And, you know, he says, you know, in all of those stories, you get 3 wishes, and they always end with the third wish is undoing the first 2 wishes, which is kind of where we are with our AI system. And here's the thing you need to understand about our algorithmic systems in general, Facebook, Google, whether they're AI or not by some, you know, detailed measure of how we think about what is AI today, they are algorithmic systems that have been told to optimize for one thing. And you can see how that goes wrong. Facebook thought that showing people more engaging content that would get them spending more time, you know, with their friends would bring people together. Turned out they were wrong. You know, they're trying to figure out how to fix that. And in my talks, I often show the slide of the scene of Mickey Mouse in Walt Disney's Sorcerer's Apprentice from Fantasia, you know, where he's got his master's spell book, and he gets the broom to help him do his chores, fetch water. He doesn't know how to turn it off.
It gets overwhelming.
And the palace is flooding, and of course, that's Mark right now.
It's a really good, actually, transition from the last talk, which was about, you know, GE has all these big machines that actually have human lives at stake if they don't work, right? And there is AI involved, but it's making plane engines work. It's making MRI machines work, and there are very clear stakes, and you would never put out a machine like that wasn't going to be safe. How do we make sure that we are thinking a few steps ahead?
Well, first of all, again, I will just recommend again Stuart's book, because it really is all about how would we make safe machines. But I think that it's really important for us to understand when we think about these questions of governance that AI is not this future thing that we have to deal with. The science fiction writer Charlie Strauss calls corporations slow AIs. You know, we basically embody these things. We give them a purpose. We've now created this master goal for all of them, which is you know, this idea of shareholder value, that humans are a cost to be eliminated. The only thing you need to do is make more profit for shareholders. That's, you know, this classic maximization problem. And even in Silicon Valley, that is why you see Google saying, oh, you know, sorry, we have to get rid of the "Don't be evil" slogan. We have to actually show more content. YouTube, oh, we're not sure whether showing people more engaging videos is going to be good, but it makes us more money. We should just go ahead. You know, because we built a machine whose imperative is to grow profits.
Do we need transparency for the machine? Do we need new regulation?
Well, I think first off, you know, we see things like the Business Roundtable that is saying, hey, we need to start taking other things besides shareholders into account. We need to give that teeth. You know, that needs to be walked back, you know, in law. You know, the fact is, it has been increasingly a matter of law, and boards think, oh, we are actually have a fiduciary responsibility only to shareholders. So until that rhetoric, I mean, that business rhetoric is starting to come around, but until we actually have a system that changes that, I don't think we're going to get very far. I think we also have to really start thinking about the tax consequences of our financialized system. Anyway, there's a lot, and I think we should get to...
I think we're going to get to questions now.
Yeah,
who has a question? Get a mic down to here.
Thank you, Tim. That was great and hard-hitting and needed. There's one other entity you didn't mention that might be worth it, which is boards, like the board of Ubiome, or, you know, all these companies start with a founder, usually with good DNA. Maybe, there's Adam Newman, questionable, whatever, but their DNA kind of gives way to a metabolism.
Yeah.
Whether it's revenues or capital, and the boards are supposed to be the guardians and think long term.
Speak to the board, what the boards can do?
Well, you know, in some ways, my radicalization as a capitalist. Now, again, I am a capitalist. I have my own company, and but my radicalization as a capitalist began when I was on the board of Macromedia, and I was sent to the Stanford Directors College because the Institutional Shareholder Services gives companies brownie points if their directors get, you know, go to an accredited director's education program. It turned, and I thought, I'll learn how to be a better director of a public company and look after the, you know, the broader interests. And instead, I was told, don't take any notes, don't keep the board book. Here's how you cover your ass. And meanwhile, you know, basically, the director compensation was, you know, totally aligned with, hey, make this stock go up, you know, and you work for management in exactly the same way as the management. All the incentives were wrong. And so I think that the board, the idea of board oversight in an era of shareholder value primacy is just useless.
Next question. Reminds me, I took a business law class in college. It was the same thing. How to get out of contracts, how to make sure you, reduce liability.
By the way, there's another wonderful book I'll recommend is Marjorie Kelly's The Divine Right of Capital. She wrote this book 20 years ago, and it kind of laid out this entire idea.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Anybody else have a question?
Hard for us to see if anyone has their hand up.
Okay, I got one over here.
The title of this session is New Ways to Govern Tech.
Yeah.
And there have been some ethical considerations, and you bring some financial and the incentives, but there is something else. It is that tech governs.
Yeah.
So they have become the real power.
Yeah.
Let's say the emperors.
They've turned into the government.
Yes, and it is a new way they organize power, a new way they exert it. So it doesn't matter how well we make the financial incentives, because power is an aphrodisiac by itself.
I think that's true, but I do think that, first of all, this is, one, we have these massive challenges. We've been talking about climate change. And one of the things that tech is really good at is turning a challenge into an opportunity. And so I do think that there are massive opportunities to take the skills that we built in the tech industry and turn them towards good. I'm deeply involved with an organization started by my wife called Code for America, which is trying to bring tech skills into government with a focus on making services that actually work for people. We have massive, say, opportunities in responding to climate. And when I think about the ability that these companies have actually at their best to govern marketplaces, to build incentive systems. Google literally matching up hundreds of millions of suppliers of information with billions of consumers, the ability of Amazon to bring down costs and democratize commerce. These are powerful, powerful new tools that we have for managing economic activity, solving problems. And I think a lot of those techniques of taking more, like again, when I think of the essence of what Google was good at, it was taking hundreds of factors into account to come up with the best result. And none of those factors in original Google search was money. And that's like an incredible utopian vision. And when I think, what are the problems of the world today? We actually have to build systems that take hundreds of factors into account. And I think it's an ecosystem model. And I think that when I think about AI, one of the most wonderful statements I heard was from the former DARPA program manager for AI, Paul Cohen, who's now the dean of information sciences at the University of Pittsburgh. He said the opportunity of AI is to help humans model and manage complex interacting systems. And that is, I think we have to actually come back in the tech industry to those big purposes. And I think that we need, in terms of the management response, we need, which is what government is fundamentally doing, we need to stop saying your primary incentive is to make ever more money for shareholders. You must always grow. And we should basically be rewarding investment in R&D, investment in people, social benefits to society. And there's a lot of things you can measure. We can measure what is the health of Google's ecosystem. What is the health of Amazon's ecosystem? What kinds of financial reporting would be required to see that stakeholders are benefiting, that suppliers are benefiting, and not just users, and not just shareholders? So I think we have a wonderful opportunity and a wonderful challenge ahead of us.
Love that optimistic note to end on. Thank you so
All right,
much.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. All right.
Please welcome to the stage Silicon Valley lead for campaign to stop killer robots, Marta Tasneem, with editor-in-chief of PC Mag, Dan Costa.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being here and for the opportunity to speak on this important topic. My name is Marta. I'm the Silicon Valley lead for the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots. The campaign is a coalition of 130 organizations across 60 countries working to preserve meaningful human control over the use of force. What does that mean in practice? The question I have for you today is, what does it mean for a machine algorithm to take a human life or to harm a human life? That's what I'm going to be discussing today. But to kick it off, quick video to explain my work a little bit further. Don't let the animation fool you. This topic is very serious. Part of the reason we don't use images of the Terminator and of Skynet and things like that is because, according to our definition of a killer robot, a fully autonomous weapon that selects and engages target without meaningful human control, these weapons don't actually exist. When you think of armed drones, there's actually a human pilot, an operator that still controls that system and uses their human decision-making and judgment in all of those attacks. So it's also not a factory robot that malfunctions by accident and kills a human being. These are systems that are designed intentionally to be lethal and to operate with ever-increasing levels of autonomy. You might be wondering, why are we talking about warfare? Why is that relevant to me? I'm in the tech sector, I'm a business owner. Well, actually, a lot of tech companies are entering the defense sector. They are becoming defense contractors. And as they take on those roles, they're facing tough ethical decisions about dual-use technology, whether it's computer vision or computing power or sensor processing. All of these technologies could be components of a fully autonomous weapon system. So there's a lot of risks associated with these systems, but I know no one likes bullet slides. So the main risk here is, again, ceding that decision to take a human life to a machine. Are we willing to cross this moral and ethical threshold? And legally, what does that mean? Because out of all of these potential risks, that I think the risks outweigh the benefits here in this situation, one of the most important ones is accountability. We talk a lot about who would be held responsible when systems malfunction, when algorithms interact in ways that we couldn't predict, unintended consequences. In this case, you can't hold the robot responsible for a war crime it might commit. The robot's not a legal entity. You can't hold the programmer responsible. They actually have special protections for defense contractors that protect them from legal liabilities. You can't hold the soldier responsible. They can say they were just following orders. And the one last one we have is the commander. And they can say, they have plausible deniability that this AI is not explainable. I don't know how it reached its decision. I just did what the machine told me to do. So in a legal court of law, the laws we have, the laws of war, international humanitarian law, human rights law, it doesn't account for systems that are taking human lives without human intervention. So again, the current systems we have, whether they're ground-based, air-launched, are still under the control of a human operator. But there's huge human rights implications with this accountability gap I mentioned. But enough doom and gloom. What do we actually do about it? So the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots, our whole goal is to create an international treaty that would ban these weapons, ban fully autonomous weapons, and also have a positive obligation to ensure that all weapons created in the future would have meaningful human control over the use of force. So right now we have 30 countries at the United Nations calling for a ban on these weapons. We've got 130 NGOs that are part of our coalition and growing. That number has doubled since just last year. We've been around since 2013. One of the most important parts is our tech experts who have actually stepped up, and whether they're CEOs, they're engineers, they're roboticists, they're AI experts, they are stepping up and saying, I don't want my work to be used for lethal purposes. I worked on this system for medical purposes, for humanitarian aid, for logistics. Why is it now being incorporated into a lethal system and being used many miles away against people I haven't met but still care about? I like to put this slide up there because we do some polling, and we found that 61% of the public generally supports a ban on fully autonomous weapons. But we also hear that countries like the US, Russia, and China are racing ahead in an AI arms race to actually produce these weapons, when in fact, they're public. You can see there, China, 60% of people oppose the development and use of these systems. And what that doesn't show is a lot of people are undecided. They're not sure what this means. And very few people are actually in favor. One example of success for our campaign is back in 2018, Google was working on something called Project Maven, which you may have heard of. It made national, international headlines. And this was the result. Google's, I should explain, Project Maven was essentially an object recognition system that was enabling the US military to analyze drone imagery more effectively, quicker, using less people, that sort of thing. And Google employees saw it for what it was. This was going to be used to actually target drones, to identify people and objects, potentially civilian objects, that could be harmed by algorithmic warfare. And so over 4,000 Google employees signed a letter to the CEO, and they said, this is not what we want our technology to be used for. And they had huge international support, support from academia, support from businesses, that actually made them successful. And I want to put these voices on the stage because right now we have tech workers who are stepping up and being very brave. They're putting their jobs on the line and saying, this is not what we intended tech for good to mean. Tech for the good of who? What is ethical AI? Whose ethics? We should be basing this conversation in the human rights framework, in the legal framework that exists cross-culturally. And when we talk about human-centered design in this case, who's the human? Is it the soldier? Is it the civilian? These terms are empty promises unless we take action. And part of the reason why Google was a success is they developed, as a first small step, their ethical AI principles, which said they will not work on warfare technology. Still very broad, still determines to be seen how those will be implemented, and that's where you all come into play to actually implement the ethics and the tech for good that we're talking about. So policy on this front is moving really slowly, like painfully slowly. I was just at the United Nations talking with the diplomats who are still struggling with what algorithmic bias is, very basic things that Silicon Valley exists to help people understand. And that's what I'm calling for. We actually need people to step up and to be leaders and to share their expertise and to talk to policymakers, to talk to the press, to explain to the public the technical limitations of these systems, where the technology is today and why it's too brittle to be used in warfare and in policing and in immigration enforcement. Because if this technology is developed and fielded by militaries, by governments, it will be used to control protesters and riots. It will be used at the borders. And when we don't have a human controlling that decision, what does that mean? And so, as CEOs, we need you to show leadership. We need to show the same bravery that the employees show and to listen to what they're saying as well. It's not enough to say, well, my company would never work on something that would contribute to this, because this technology is very much dual use. It has applications for good, and it has applications that are a little bit more ominous. And it's not enough to say, I would never do this. So be vocal. If you agree that machines should not take a human life, be vocal about that. Put that in writing. Say, my company will never contribute to the development of fully autonomous weapons. It seems crazy, but you saw Google, Microsoft, Oracle, Amazon, all of these large tech companies, as well as small tech startups I talked to, investors that I talked to that work in robotics and AI, they're now having to deal with these tricky ethical dilemmas about, okay, but how do we actually limit the proliferation of this technology to actors who may not be so ethical? And so be vocal in that commitment. And as I slide it, I hear a lot that, this is inevitable. But it's really not, because there are incredible people in this room, and if we actually put our heads together, we've done this before. We've banned certain applications of a technology. We still use biology for good, chemistry for good, but we've banned a weaponized application of new technologies. So I ask you, what can you do to help ensure a ban on fully autonomous weapons? Thank you.
That's a great presentation. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and then I'm going to open it up to the crowd because I'm sure there are more questions out there. I'm going to try and take some of the easy ones off the table.
I planted questions at the geek dinner last night. Just kidding.
Friendly question. So, what are some of the dual-use technologies that you are most concerned about? Because you take something like computer vision,
Yeah.
it seems like it's got a lot of positive applications. Are there dual-use applications that you think people just aren't aware of what the negative consequences could be?
Yeah, I think, and partly very grateful to the work of journalists like you who kind of expose the limitations of this technology, because too often the move fast, break things, fix it later argument doesn't work in warfare. People's lives will be lost. So as the Defense Department courts startups in Silicon Valley and across the United States, and other governments court their own tech sectors, we're seeing kind of they're not mentioning the other applications of the technology. So workers are thinking that they're working on logistics or medical purposes, but really all of that technology can be used in lethal operations. And my ask is that they be clear about that, and that when you work with organizations like that, that you be clear in your contracts whether you want that technology to be used in that way. So I think lately we've seen a lot of the limitations of computer vision. And when I think about where the United States conducts wars and what the civilians look like that have been targeted and that have been killed already in the thousands, that's what I think about. How are those limitations going to be expounded and become even greater just because those people don't look like us, don't act like us? Their celebration might be perceived as our anger. How does our fear play into how we perceive people who are very far from us?
We've got just a couple of minutes. I want to get a couple of questions from the audience. Any hands? Up here in the front.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. I was curious about this situation in China. How much development is there of autonomous weapons that really focused on AI? What do we know about that, and do you think they might play along with this plan?
Yeah, the concern there is obviously that the tech sector has much closer ties to the government, right? Despite that, there are still pushbacks from the tech sector in China on how their technology is being used, whether that's for privacy purposes or whether that's how much information they're willing to share. They still have the same business concerns, especially if they want to work internationally as well. I showed you the statistics on the public polling, which was really important for us to show and counter this arms race narrative. I think recently we actually saw an article that said, China is selling AI killer drones.
We didn't write that.
Abroad. And my concern with those kinds of articles that come from outlets that are funded by defense contractors is that they're actually a call to arms. They want to profit off of, greater autonomy and warfare, and they're going to fearmonger. And so when I see headlines like that, and I know the limitations of these systems, I wonder, are we releasing these sorts of headlines just as an excuse ourselves to actually say, well, this country's developing killer robots. Actually, we're going to go develop killer robots, but look at this headline. So that's my concern about kind of incendiary actions, because really, as someone who works internationally and has traveled a lot, you sit in rooms. If you sit in a room in Russia, they're asking, okay, what are we going to do about the US and China leading in AI? And you sit in a room in the US and they're asking, what are we going to do about Russia and China leading in AI? So everyone's got the same mistrust, and part of what the campaign does at the United Nations is we've got all these countries in the room. We're giving them a venue to actually talk and set out definitions and limitations, but now we just need leadership. We don't need stalling. The UN's been talking about this for 6 years. 6 years. And what they really need is they need more headlines from tech CEOs saying, this has to be stopped. This is one use case, one application of the technology that the risk is too great and it outweighs the benefits.
If people want to learn more about the organization, learn how they can participate, how can they take part and find out what you're doing?
Yeah, stopkillerrobots.org. Great website. We've got lots of resources there. Most of my work is helping people talk to policymakers, helping put people on stages, helping people write op-eds, giving them the resources that they need to take a more active role on this issue. So I'll be around. Come find me. Come talk to me. Check out our website. Yeah, join the movement.
All right, Marta Kuzmina, thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate
Great,
it.
nice job. So now we're going to pivot from killer robots to robots that might actually save some lives. My next guest is Dan Chu. He's the Chief Product Officer at Waymo. Waymo obviously is one of the largest and most successful self-driving car companies. And with that, I'll invite Dan up to the stage. Good to see you, man. How you doing? So I think we'll get started with a quick video just to set the stage, and then we'll have our conversation. All right, so those were not Waymo employees.
No, they're not. They're members of the public. It's part of either our Waymo One commercial ride-hailing service or the early rider program.
So I think that's one of the things that a lot of people don't quite understand. I just got a ride in one of these around Mountain View 2 days ago. But these cars are on the street picking up consumers today, both in Mountain View and in Phoenix. So can you just give us the scope of the project?
Absolutely, yeah. So if we go to Phoenix, we started the early rider program back in 2017, actually, and over 20,000 people applied just within a few days of its opening to members of the public in the Metro Phoenix area. And so over the course of that time, we've been ramping up trips. We have thousands of riders that are taking part in trips, everything from commuting to work to going on date nights, things like that. And over the last few months, we've actually been ramping up our fully driverless trips. And that's what you're seeing in the video. These are not actors. These are true riders that are experiencing fully driverless trips. We also have that in Mountain View as well. We have our own dog food program, or what we have our employees using our own cars. And so we want our employees to be experiencing the product itself, but definitely in Phoenix, it's been exciting for us to ramp to this next step in terms of fully driverless.
And you were telling me that you actually use the service to drop your son off at school in the morning?
I do, yes. So on a regular basis, I take my son to school. I don't know how it is for other folks, but my mornings are always hectic. We're always running late. And I can never seem to get those coveted parking spots in the school parking lot. And so being able to take a Waymo, be able to actually chat with my son instead of yelling at him, and be able to spend some time there has been really nice.
It must make you like one of the coolest dads dropping off. Like dads in their Teslas, like who cares about that?
I
heard the Waymo.
I heard he has dropped the name a couple times in terms of classrooms, so we'll see.
So you've got a product background, and you've worked on a lot of software products. How did you find yourself in self-driving cars?
For me, Waymo, what drew me to Waymo and why I'm at Waymo today has really been the culmination of a search for the intersection of three things. One is around social impact, and I know that resonates with that's true of many of the folks in the audience today, around technology being the core of that solution, and then that intersecting with a sustainable business model. And so, as you mentioned, I started my career in the midst of the dot-com boom in software engineering across startups, worked in more B2B SaaS when that was kind of a new thing being coined. And I was looking for more in terms of the societal impact. And so I spent some time looking at mission-driven organizations and how technology could be a part of that. So I spent some time volunteering with an organization called the Benetech Initiative, worked on a project around secure human rights violation reporting, spent some time with the United Way around how technology can help make philanthropy more efficient. And then during my time at grad school, I spent some time with a nonprofit called Techonomy in Kenya, looking at how mobile phones can help leapfrog developing countries, especially that was at the time when M-Pesa, this mobile banking thing, was taking off. And so it got me really excited about trying to find this intersection, which is when there was an opportunity at Waymo. That's when I got really excited. Because if you look at it, I really feel like lucky and blessed to be at Waymo and contributing to Waymo, because I feel like it has those three factors. Around social impact, we're trying to save 1.35 million lives that die on our roads on a global basis every single year. It's one of the top causes of death. And then technology is at the core of that solution. I really do believe that self-driving can contribute, because I do feel like when I was across that search, and many of you might have felt this way, I think sometimes technology is a kind of window dressing, or it's a side project. It's not core to the issue. And so it's really exciting when technology is the core of that solution. And then lastly, around a sustainable business model, right? So for self-driving tech, I'm really excited about the different applications that are available, right? So whether it's ride hailing, whether it's delivery, whether it's long-haul trucking, or even personal car ownership, these are all areas that I think have really sustainable business models.
So there's a lot of players in this space. There's a lot of companies that are trying to develop self-driving cars. Is there something unique about Waymo's approach and how it's rolling out the service?
So I think the core to our philosophy in terms of self-driving rollout is around making it iterative and taking a step at a time. I want to really about, because it's such a new technology, I think it's really important that the most safe and responsible way is to take a step at a time. And you see that through the history of our company, right? So we started back in 2009 as the Google Self-Driving Car Project. It wasn't until 2015 that we rolled out the first fully driverless ride in Austin, Texas. 2017, that's when we rolled out the early rider program, as I mentioned. And then later that year, that's when we started a fleet of Chrysler Pacificas in Metro Phoenix. And then last year, at the end of last year, that's when we launched Waymo One, which is our commercial ride-hailing service. We really want to have the confidence to take that next step. And then the most exciting thing is what we mentioned at the beginning is around really getting to the fully driverless rides this year. We've been rolling that over the course of the last few months to riders in our different rider programs.
What have been some of the challenges you faced in rolling these out? You're testing it in smaller markets now, but what are the biggest blockers? Are they technical blockers? Are they regulatory blockers?
So when I think about blockers, maybe I would put them in two different categories. I think one is around some of the challenges, if you could put into kind of technical, regulatory, and product. So for technical, I think it's definitely a problem that has long tail questions, right? It's definitely not something you could just do a kind of most fits and then just kind of move on. There's definitely a long tail there. And there's also questions around how challenges that we have to tackle around scaling. So tackling weather, next steps around weather and things like that. Around regulatory, I definitely think we have a path forward right now, but when we think about scaling it on a global basis, there's definitely different regulatory regimes. So for instance, even here in California today, there is not a way to launch a commercial AV ride-hailing service yet. And for the product, I think one of the interesting challenges that we've been tackling is it's a completely new category, right? So especially with safety implications, you have to be really careful around how you're trying to learn. And so I think that's led to a very iterative process as we're trying to learn about that. And I think the last piece is around public perception, right? I do worry that sometimes people don't really see road safety as a core issue. And so it's a lot harder to get them convinced around the need for this technology.
Road safety in that this will be an improvement over what we have today, and understanding that.
I think it's more that people don't see road safety as a concern, right? Like I think if you ask most people whether it's one of the top causes of death, they would never come up, right? I think we've been taught to be numb to it. So for instance, like if we were going to take if people were driving to Techonomy today, and you heard like a report on traffic and it was a fatality, what do we program to think? We're programmed to think it's more traffic, or the traffic is going to last longer, not that somebody's life has been lost. So I think at the core of it, I think there's a public perception challenge.
Yeah, I think and it goes to that idea of risk. And if automobiles were sold with some kind of calculation of how many people would die in automobiles, there would be a warning on the side of the car that says this product may kill you. And presumably in a self-driving situation that you would be able to diminish that risk. But have you found, I mean, one of the big barriers is convincing people that this will indeed be safer. How are you going to go about sort of messaging that to users?
Yeah, so when I think about public perception, I think it from two perspectives. One is the rider perspective, right? And how people are making that shift from just a member of the public and actually becoming a rider, some of the people that you see in the video. And I think overall, it's been really exciting to see the positive reception from our riders. So the vast majority of our riders on a 1 to 5 scale give the rides five stars. They're using it for a whole variety of different use cases, everything. And so like a couple examples, like we have some riders, Roger and Sharon, they're actually marathon runners. And they love the capability of they can go and not think about parking, and they can run their miles and miles and get picked up at another location, right? And so the riders have really responded well, and they love the consistency of the product. Like every time they hail a car, they know exactly what car is coming. It has some of the features that we built in it, to like music and other things like that, and being able to have that time back. So from the rider perspective, I think we were seeing really positive reception. But I think the core of your question is really around the general public. And I agree with you that I do think that they're skeptical. And I think in some ways they deserve to be, right? It's a new technology, it's new. And so we have a responsibility to earn that trust. And so I think in earning that, there's probably 3 ways that we're tackling it. One way is around education. So it's around, we were one of the first companies to release a voluntary safety report. It's around partnering with different organizations around getting the word out around both the challenges around road safety as well as the solutions. So we partnered with Mothers Against Drunk Driving, we partnered with AAA. So I think education is an important component of that. Engagement is another one. So we've, from day one, taken a very proactive, collaborative stance with regulators and policymakers, everything from a federal, state, a local, and hyperlocal level. So the mayor of Chandler is actually an avid Waymo One rider. And when we started testing in Miami and in LA, we received great kudos from the city officials, and we're really excited to work with them going forward. So I think engagement another way. The final way I would say is really around delivering value, right? Our goal is not just to go around testing in various cities, it's to deliver a product that has value to those citizens. And so what we've seen in Phoenix, in Metro Phoenix, that's what we want to do, right? Is deliver a useful service that people will enjoy.
Is there anything, you've given thousands of rides at this point, is there anything about how people are using the cars that surprised you? That as a product developer, you were like, I didn't think people would do that when they got in?
I definitely think that like they've come up with very, very interesting use cases. Like the marathon was one example. I think it's also how much they enjoy the various features. So for instance, let's take the music feature that we have, right? Various mobility services have offered that feature before, but for people to feel the privacy of them being in their fully driverless car, people often talk about their ability to rock out on like some music that they would feel embarrassed that other people would listen to. So I think that it's really been exciting to see kind of how they've really embraced that privacy, that time to themselves, that consistency.
So how do you see these cars like reshaping cities and sort of our landscape? Because I mean, we've built our cities and our towns based on traditional automobiles. How is that going to shift as this enters the equation?
Yeah, I definitely am excited about the possibilities that self-driving technology can change that. So if we look at from an environmental or land use perspective, so we know that cars are one of the most expensive purchases households makes. Right? Yet it sits idle 95% time in the driveway. We also know in urban cities, parking lots take up vast square footage that when you total them up in just the US metro areas, they total up to more than the state of New Jersey in terms of square footage. Right? So I definitely see kind of self-driving tech being able to reclaim that and create efficiencies and be able to have that land be better used for our citizens rather than for our vehicles. I also see benefits in terms of access, right? So if people, we know that 20 to 30 million adult Americans, they actually aren't able to qualify for a driver's license. And so that has implications, right? Everything from the mobility for employment to around being lonely and other things like that, right? So these are some of the impacts that we think we can have on cities and citizens within those areas.
Do you think that this is going to be primarily, it's going to start as a ride-hailing service? Do you think people are actually going to go and buy self-driving cars and that will be their primary vehicle? Like, how do you think the use case is going to evolve?
I do think it'll start as ride-hailing. So if we look at the different applications that we're planning, they do come in as somewhat of a sequence. So ride hailing is really our focus. I think that's a great way for us to get it out to a broader set of citizens, people. And then long-haul trucking, I think, is another application that we are working on today, right? We already have, there's growing demand, right, around that use case, and there's different things that we can be supportive there. Delivery is another one that I think could be really helpful in terms of being able to have that in your area. But I think personal car ownership is probably a little further out, but definitely an application, especially as we're thinking about if our mission is to make every mile safer, we have to think about the broad spectrum of use cases.
Very cool. Let's get the audience in here a little bit. We've got a question right up in front. Is it you, Robert?
Yep.
All right.
I'm Robert Scoble. I've been doing a lot of research around America with attitudes towards self-driving cars, and I wonder how this is going to hit your customer acquisition cost. And here's the common answer I hear when I ask, are you ready to get in a car without a steering wheel, like a Waymo? The answer is hell no, almost consistently. So how, Kraft food executives told me they spend $34 to acquire a customer to eat cheese, which is something a lot more amenable to most people than getting in a self-driving car. How are you going to overcome that, and are you planning on a really high customer acquisition cost?
So I think you're right from a perspective of the skepticism that we find, right? So I think that's one of the ways that we're going to tackle it is, as I mentioned, we're going to have to do more education around it, right? It is relatively new still, right, to many people, and they don't realize, like you mentioned, like how far we've been able to advance the technology, even in Metro Phoenix, right? So I think getting the word out in education has got to be a broader campaign for us to be able to do that, right? Because for us to convince each of those individually is going to be challenging. I think the second half is around what we see, even with skeptical riders and them being able to access the technology. I think we talk about even like the first 15 seconds of a ride and how that changes things. One of the areas we really invested is in one of the features in the car itself, the in-vehicle screens. So we actually have a Waymo vehicle today here outside by the lobby, so if you want to go check it out. But one of the things we've done is invested a lot there because we know that one of the main surfaces that riders have with Waymo is going to be the car, that screen. And so we've spent a lot of time putting user research into it to think about what's the right level of information to provide to the rider so that they feel like they have a sense of what the car is thinking. And I think it's proven to be really effective. So I think those are the two levels, right? Like it has to be broad-based education, and then trying to get people within the first 15 seconds to realize that this is actually quite capable.
I think having taken a bunch of these rides, like being able to see the LiDAR on the screen and seeing how the car is seeing the environment, it gives you a lot of confidence. And I think it makes you feel much more at peace that like you understand what the car is going to do before it does it. And then let's go right up here in front.
So, Dyson, the premise is that the real problem is not so much your car, but all the other cars. And there needs to be some kind of industry standard so that the other guys are predictable. Are you working with all the other people to have, everybody can have their own technology, but a standard set of rules for road behavior?
So I might think about that from two perspectives. One is, yes, you're right that one of the challenges is the predictability of the other road actors, right? And that's one of the bigger challenges. But I would say that one of the keys for us is that we believe we need to build the technology such that it can deal with the current real-life realities of the roads today, right? That even if we work with other self-driving vendors, right, the reality is it's going to take time for all this technology to roll out. So our focus is around how are pedestrians, cyclists, other drivers, how do those act, right? On the second side is, yeah, I do think there's opportunity for collaboration across the industry, like that we have shared goals in terms of bringing safety to the roads. I think right now, most of that collaboration is in the context of education, right? So for instance, there is an industry collaboration around the Partners for Automated Vehicle Education that is a bunch of companies across the space, and we can work together on that. But I think first and foremost, we can't depend on either a standard of behavior or necessarily kind of current road users adhering to anything. And so for us to get that technology out sooner rather than later, we're going to have to deal with those challenges.
Very good. And we're at time. Thank you, everybody.
front.
All right, good afternoon. So we come to Techonomy to talk about technology and talk about the role and the impact it plays in our lives and in society. And so we're going to talk about that around voice technology today. But there's also a lot of hype around voice technology. We read articles about how Alexa is going to be our doctor and know how we're feeling, and yet on a daily basis, our interaction with voice is usually asking for the weather or setting a timer that works 50% of the time. And so today I'm going to talk about how to think about the impact that voice technology is going to have on society and on pretty much everything that we've been talking about this conference, whether it's self-driving cars, whether it's turbine maintenance. But we're going to also try and cut through the hype. And this is why it's important. Because voice is huge. So if you rattle off the numbers, even with these limited use cases, 1 in 4 US adults lives in a house that has a smart speaker. There's 2.5 billion voice assistant-enabled devices already in the world. That's going to be like 8 billion by 2023. And Adobe put out a study recently that was of 1,000 different voice users. And 97% of them said that they want more voice technology in their life, and that voice technology improves the quality of their life, which is kind of mind-boggling. So it's really important to think about voice, but it's also important to kind of define voice. And when we talk about voice technology, what is voice? So voice is not Alexa. Voice is not AI. It's a part of it in certain experiences. But at Adobe, we think of voice as a form of interaction. And so that includes voice input as part of any digital experience. And maybe it has a screen, and maybe it doesn't have a screen. And then we think of speech as part of output, and we think of audio as part of output. So maybe it's a verbal confirmation. Maybe it's an audio chime that signals that. But also thinking about a voice-first world and how people interact with information. So even when you think about what's happening in the podcast world and the explosion of audio content, in a voice-first world, that kind of content is going to become much more important. It's going to become part of the enterprise, and it's going to become part of education. And so there's really 3 major areas of impact to think about why voice is important and what voice will mean for all of this. And the first involves evolving out of conversational interfaces. So for the most part, there's been kind of the new renaissance of voice that started in 2015. It was really driven by deep learning's introduction in 2011, 2012, and speech recognition getting so much better. But all of these experiences, for the most part, are being delivered through the metaphor of having a conversation with a person. And so this is a design approach that we call skeuomorphism. And almost every new interface uses the simulation of some real-world experience or metaphor in order to help onboard people into those experiences. And so when we got the graphic user interface, all of that was modeled after the desktop, and then when iOS came out, it was green felt for the games and the legal yellow pad for notes. But as we evolve out of this, there's going to be a lot of other ways to optimize voice interfaces for the context that they're used in. So when you think of a trading floor has tons of voice commands, it's domain specific, and that's how people interact, and it's optimized for efficiency. So there'll be a lot of opportunity for us to actually build experiences that aren't conversational, that are designed for the job to be done, and that will get out of this conversational paradigm. Second to think about is the next billion users of mobile. These users are going to be driven by voice and images. They're already sending messages, voice messages through WhatsApp. In India, there's an app called Babajob, where people can go find jobs to be a gardener, to be a delivery person, kind of jobs that pay under $200 a month. But the people that apply for those jobs tend to have a poor form of literacy. And so voice is an opportunity for them to interact with that experience and find the jobs that are part of it without needing to go through the visual interfaces that we're mostly familiar with. And the last is really transforming the world of accessibility. Too often, accessibility is thought as an afterthought in the design process. And so we think of how do you use assistive devices to interact with different digital experiences. But really, voice has an opportunity to create native experiences, so those with visual impairment don't need to use a screen reader that's reading back a visual interface, but an experience that was meant to be interacted in voice. Recently, Apple introduced voiceover control into both Mac OS and iOS, which lets anybody interact with any piece of software that sits on a Mac completely through voice. I'm going to leave you with this last thought. So when we talk about voice, we tend to always make these comparisons to the mobile revolution. Mary Meeker has her charts that show the sales of the iPhone compared to the sales of Amazon Alexa devices. But the mobile revolution didn't start with the iPhone. The mobile revolution took a really long time. And you kind of don't really know where you are in a massive shift as it's happening. There was a time that we thought that the BlackBerry was the perfect form of mobile computing. And then the iPhone came out. And it turned out it wasn't. And so the iPhone wasn't the start of the mobile revolution. It was the inflection point. And so maybe we're at the iPhone stage, but maybe we're already at the BlackBerry stage. Or maybe we're actually not even at the BlackBerry stage yet. Because voice is going to be this opportunity to not only change how we interact with technology, but who can interact with technology. And voice promises the answer that it can be everybody who interacts with technology. Thanks.
Yeah, when Mark was saying the thing about it makes our lives better, I remembered, I would say, hey Siri, what time is it when I'm lying in bed in the middle of the night? And it's actually more restful not to have to get up and find a clock. And anyways, little silly things. Chip Conley, please join me on stage. Chip is a very unusual guy who's written a very unusual book. He's a hotelier who built the Joie de Vivre hospitality. No, wait, Joie de Vivre hospitality. That's right, that's the name of it.
You got it.
Which was a chain of boutique hotels. Mm-hmm. You kind of retired from that, and then you went to work at Airbnb, and you became the head of global hospitality and strategy as they were trying to rethink some of the scale of what they were doing. But you, in effect, became a mentor as an older guy to Brian Chesky, the CEO, and you came out of that with a series of insights about the relationship between the generations. And now you've written a book that's doing very well called Wisdom at Work, The Making of a Modern Elder. So, and I, as a old guy, considerably older than you, I find it...
I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah.
How old are you?
Don't.
Come on, out yourself on stage. How old are you?
I'm almost 67.
Oh.
See?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I knew I was going to win.
I'm 59. Okay.
Look, it takes a while to get something done in this world. What can I say? Anyway, so I want you to talk about kind of the fundamental insight that you came to.
Yeah.
We are older people, and probably this audience skews a little old, but the workplace skews increasingly young. So what does it mean?
Certainly in Silicon Valley. And I think power is skewing young, not just in Silicon Valley, with 7 of the 10 most valuable companies in the world today being tech companies. All companies want to look like tech companies, as evidenced by WeWork. So I think the thing that's interesting is that Brian said to me, Brian Chesky, this is 7 years ago, Brian asked me to join Airbnb, to be his in-house mentor, but to have these roles of being head of hospitality and strategy. But about 3 months into it, he said, you know, your knowledge isn't all that important here. And what I said, what do you mean? And he said, it doesn't really matter how many rooms a maid cleans in an 8-hour shift. And I said, yeah, I get it. But then he said something right after that. He said, you know what, we hired you for your knowledge, but what we've really gotten is your wisdom. And to be quite honest, I didn't know the difference. What's the difference between knowledge and wisdom? And what I came to realize is that what he said then after that is you have process knowledge. The fact knowledge is good, but your process knowledge of how to get things done, understanding humans, is what wisdom is. And so over the course of the last 7 years, my role at times has been to understand how do you integrate creativity, intuition, emotional intelligence, understanding organizational savvy of how you get things done in an organization, which is not something a younger entrepreneur has any experience with. And how do I help guide him in his role as the CEO? So it's been 7 years. It's been 4 years as a full-time role, and then almost 3 years now as a strategic advisor.
And you've also got this thing now, which is called the Modern Elder Academy, which is a place to learn how to be more effective as an older person, more or less, in effect.
Yeah, and let's let you know, the average age of the person who goes there is 52, so this is not elderly. This is not the Modern Elderly Academy, it's the Modern Elder Academy, and the difference between...
In Baja California.
In Baja California.
Beautiful place.
An hour north of Cabo San Lucas on the Pacific Ocean, 4-acre campus right on the beach. So the premise was this, is it's 60 years exactly this year since Peter Drucker coined the term knowledge workers. And while none of us put knowledge worker in our LinkedIn profile, the truth is what he said is the power of the workplace in the future will be led by knowledge workers. And that's true. But one of the things that I've started to say is, well, maybe it's time to retire the term knowledge worker and replace it with a wisdom worker. And what in the heck is a wisdom worker? Well, it's that difference between what Brian said to me of he hired me for my knowledge, but what I really offered was the wisdom. Wisdom is really sort of the interesting corollary or bookend to the AI discussion that's going on. It's like, how do you take values, how do you take creativity and intuition, how do you take EQ and understanding the collective consciousness in a room, being able to read a room as someone leading a meeting, and use those skills and help pass those on to younger people. I had 7 direct reports when I joined Airbnb 7 years ago. Average age was 27. Average age of their employees was 23 and a half. And none of them had any experience or background in leadership or management. And that didn't mean they weren't potentially going to be quite good, but we don't have sort of learning and development programs to microwave emotional intelligence and leadership skills. So what I'm believing is it's time for us to say, yeah, instead of sort of seeing this as a generational war of boomers against millennials and Gen Xers or Gen Xers. Gen Xers are obviously the bridge generation. Which do they side with the boomers or the millennials? The truth is, like, this isn't a war. This is actually an opportunity to realize that power is moving to younger people faster than ever before. And then there's a collection of people who I consider a modern elder to not just be wise, but they're hopefully as curious as they are wise.
Right. Well, also, not to sound too self-interested, but you make a strong case in the book for a revival of the notion of elderhood in general. And you talk about the elders, which is the group that Nelson Mandela and Peter Gabriel have. And I find it very rational, I will say, that we should have a more societal understanding that, especially as more and more baby boomers are planning to stick around. I mean, I'm not retired, I'm not going anywhere. And I think there's many millions of people like me, which you also, you document in your book. So is there the possibility of a real cultural shift?
I think, let's be clear. I don't think that what I'm suggesting is we're going back to the elders of the past where all the power and hierarchy was with, the men in a society who are older.
No, I'm not saying just old white men like me.
No, I know. I know you didn't, but I just want to make sure. I think that modern elders are this premise that we are going to live longer, power is moving younger, and the world is changing faster. And there's, in many organizations, there is a need to almost have people who are helping to coach and mentor and provide eldering services within organizations so those direct reports I had could learn from someone older than them around organizational savvy, EQ, and leadership skills. And so Google 20 years ago, 15 years ago maybe it was, created their 20% time for their engineers. Why don't we create a 20% or a 50% time for institutionalized wisdom within an organization? People who've been around for 10 years or longer, they're not growing any further on the organizational chart, but they've got really good, savvy wisdom to offer, and reduce their scope if they want it, give them some leadership and coaching skills, and then have them in-house operating as sort of some wise
It's the opposite
mentors.
of how a lot of companies operate, because if they have economic difficulties and they have rifts, they get rid of more often the high-priced older people. I mean, I saw that happen at Time Inc. in spades, and it basically more or less destroyed the institution.
Let's recognize that ageism is the last socially acceptable bias in the workplace today,
Right.
and especially in certain companies in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, and you talked about this, that people in their diversity metrics and analysis generally don't even include age.
Yeah.
Right?
So only 8% of companies, 8% of companies that have a diversity and inclusion program actually have expanded it to include age.
And that's recent, I would assume.
And that's recent. And as of 5 years ago, it was 2%. So we do see progress, but part of it's let's just be honest. In many cases, ageism is actually the opposite of what I'm talking about. Ageism is not against old people, it's against young people.
Yeah.
And all the power rests with older people. So I think the basic point here is we have 5 generations in the workplace for the first time. Power is moving younger. Interesting, almost 40% of us have a boss younger than us today. And in Silicon Valley, that number is even higher. By the year 2025, the majority of Americans will have a boss younger than them. We have no history for this. And so we need to learn how to actually collaborate better as almost like an intergenerational potluck.
Right. Yeah, I was just going to quote a phrase from your book, intergenerational collaboration, which is a really interesting and amazingly kind of a new concept.
Yeah, it is. And I think that the companies that are actually able to figure it out will be able to tap into a study that came out this summer from MIT Sloan Management Journal, which basically showed the #1 metric for effective diversity on teams is age diversity, more so than race, gender, or sexual orientation, or even organizational background within an organization. Age diversity helps create more cognitive diversity because an older brain is different than a younger brain. An older brain, we know younger brains are focused, they're fast, they have great memory. Older brain, not so good at those things. But older brains are more holistic and sort of a connect-the-dot synthetic thinker. And that's part of the reason why Brian asked me to be the head of strategy for the company. As someone, when I joined at age 52, that's how much experience I had in the tech industry, 0. And so to be a head of strategy for a tech company was like, wow, that doesn't make sense. But what Brian said is I like the way you connect the dots.
Oh, so you could debate whether it really is a tech company. That's a debate that's underway.
Yeah.
But, I want to talk about Airbnb for a minute, though, because even though it has gotten some flack recently for some serious problems, I think in general it's accepted to be a more maturely managed, well-balanced, even to use Jeff Weiner's phrase, compassionately led company. And I would assume that's why they even welcomed you in the first place. Do you think that there is something fundamentally different about Airbnb that has allowed it not to be tarred nearly as badly, at least, as some of the other companies of its generation with malfeasance?
I mean, I think, let's give credit to the 3 founders who, weirdly, 11 years into operating the business, are still actively involved in the business. Very few companies have 3 founders still that involved at this stage and at this valuation. So #1, they deserve credit. #2, Brian, as the CEO and one of the co-founders, before I joined 7 years ago, his whole point of view was like, I want to go learn from the best people in the world, and I'm going to go out and have the chutzpah to go ask the former head of the CIA to tell me about trust and safety and security. And so Brian's has had the mindset that yes, hubris is what actually raised him the money, but humility is what will make him a better leader. Mm-hmm. And so I think I've been helpful with him on that. And yes, I think he has shown some adeptness early on to actually have some age diversity on his leadership team, and that has led to maybe better decision making. We sort of saw early on that there were companies we didn't want to emulate that were constantly being compared to us, back in 7 years ago. And
I mean, Uber?
I'm not
I mean, it used to be that you would say Uber and Airbnb, it was like almost one company when we were talking about like the sharing economy or whatever we called the bullshit back then.
Yeah, it was called the sharing economy. I now call the sharing economy sharing wisdom across generations. I won't say who it was or what the companies were because there's more than one. But there was definitely a sense that we need to actually create a culture that is our own and speaks to this idea that we are also a hospitality company. To be a disruptive hospitality company sounds like an oxymoron, so we better be different than other disruptive companies because we have hospitality built into the industry that we are disrupting.
I want to see if the audience has anything they want to chime in with questions or comments, and it is hard to see from up here. Okay, there's a hand. Somebody of my generation, who I happen to know. He doesn't have any hair, so it kind of
Greg
gives something
Zachary,
away.
I'm 64.
Okay,
And
yeah,
so
you're such a young guy, Greg.
2
Okay.
points, and this is the first time that I've actually felt jarred and destabilized because this has been, I don't attend these very often anymore.
Hold it close.
And very clearly, you're in a bubble. I'll give you 2 areas that are very significant in American life that geriatrics dominate the world's. One is universities. I work at a public university. 15% of the faculty is over 70. They're not going anywhere. They just sound like Dave. They're not going to walk off stage. I have a different attitude personally. The second is our political realm, where it seems like, you know, there's a face-off among geriatrics, and that's just deepening. I mean, Nancy Pelosi, you would think she's 45. I mean, she's just at the top of her game. So there's no dirty secret here. People in their 75s, 80s, they're supposed to be really top class. We're supposed to buy that. We're supposed to eat that.
Wait, so you're saying that suggests his premise is wrong?
Let me finish. So the third area is the military. Young people fight, but who runs the military? It's structurally biased towards old people. So it's really nice that there is a world like Silicon Valley where young people run things. And I have the same problem. I'll say to people in Silicon Valley, I was big in the 90s. They don't know if I'm talking about the 1890s or what 90s. You were big in the 90s.
And you were too,
And they
Greg.
shrug and walk away. Because it is, you are right, that they can benefit from older people, and it's great that you've tapped into it. But the rest of our society is doing the opposite.
You're wrong. I'm sorry. 45% of Americans today have a boss, 40% of Americans today have a boss that's younger than them. That number was 12% 25 years ago. That number is going to be over 50% by the year 2025. Advertising industry, entertainment industry, investment banking, there's a growing number of industries that are saying we need more DQ. We need more digital intelligence. Let's go out and find someone who's young and smart, and they can't, and they're getting sued now as well. But I hate to say go straight with you're wrong, but I agree with you. That was my initial premise when I started doing the research 3 years ago. And then what I saw and was backed up in interviews is that more and more industries are using the tech industry as their model.
Right.
And that's really where things are going. I agree with you, though. The three industries you suggested.
Universities, not the U.S. military.
No, exactly. Those 3 industries, totally agree with you. But when you go from 12% to 40% in 25 years in terms of the number of people who actually have a boss that's younger than them, and that number is going to only rise, because here's the other thing that's happening. If you are 55 years old, and I'm 59, if you're 55 years old, 70% of us have a boss that's younger than us. As more and more people stay in the workplace longer, and we've seen the retirement, the retirement revolution is people are not retiring at 60 or 65 anymore. And as people stay in the workplace longer, they're going to have a younger boss. So power will be moving younger. So, we could have...
They're not in the military at universities.
I agree.
Just wait for AOC, Greg, and it'll be solved. No, I just realized you actually thought I was under 59. I love that. That's so nice. That's when I started this company, which is kind of your advocacy that we should be doing.
Well,
more.
and interesting, the fastest growing age demographic of entrepreneurs in this country by far is people 50 and older. And lots of data in the last year has shown that they're more successful and effective than entrepreneurs age 30.
Hey, it worked here. Okay, who else has another one? Okay, ooh, very high raised hand back there. Okay, do we have okay, you got the mic. Identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Catherine Harrison. I'm the founder of the Deep Trust Alliance. I'm going to ask a very controversial question. And let me start by saying I agree with you in terms of the need for emotional intelligence to be transferred from people that have more of it to some of the younger generations. But people over the age of 55 have been shown to share fake news, misinformation, and disinformation 7 times more than other populations.
Oh, wow.
So I think I love your thoughts in terms of this audience as it relates to those questions is an elite and very special group. How do you think about really that intergenerational learning that has to happen and the trust that we need to instill in the ways that we communicate digitally and otherwise?
In 37 seconds, please.
Yeah, so quickly, I love a little bit of OK Boomer there. So it's totally agree, totally agree.
We should have played that.
I am with you. And this is part of the reason we created the Modern Elder Academy. There's a growing number of people who are 45 and older who feel irrelevant. It's called the irrelevance gap. As power moves old, as we live longer, power moves younger. They don't know what to do with themselves, and that irrelevance, they end up learning fake news. How we teach people how to mine their mastery and reapply their wisdom and maybe start cultivating some emotional intelligence is part of why we created the world's first midlife wisdom school, but most importantly, made it a scholarship program so that we have a lot of people who frankly can't afford to go to school, and so 62% of our people are on scholarship. Because having an investment banker who's 45 and retired but has no purpose but lots of money walk down the beach with a 62-year-old social worker who has no money but lots of purpose, they can learn from each other. And to me, that's the ultimate here, is that yes, if we have a growing number of people feeling irrelevant, they are going to actually start doing things as stupid as believing all the fake news that they've been believing.
Wow. Well, great to have you.
Thank you.
Again, the book, Wisdom at Work, The Making of a Modern Elder. I read it before our prep call. It's really good. So thanks so much, Chip, for being here.
Thank you.
Really good. Okay, we're close to on time. We're going to have lunch on the lawn out in front of the hotel. We'll be back here at 1:30, so and see you then.
Take this off in there. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy lunch on the ocean lawn. Stop by to take a look at the Waymo car parked in front of the hotel on your way out. Our show will resume at 1:30 p.m.
One day, yesterday, today. I think